Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is my special guest, Mitch of the Critical Retort. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Actually, it's Critical Riposte.
Critical Riposte. Ah, I screwed it up at the beginning. God,
it's all good. It's all
yeah,
good.
the Critical Riposte. Not the. It's the problem is I was telling Ralph from the Ralph Retort to get banned off the internet so that I would have this time slot exclusively, and that would be great.
Gotcha. So that was just in the front of your mind right then.
Yeah, I apologize. So the Critical Riposte. And we are going to have a debate tonight. I'm going to let my guest here introduce the debate, introduce kind of the subject, and talk about what has brought this about, and hopefully introduce like what the goal is. But right before we do that, I do want to encourage anybody who wants to, of course, you can participate with the super chat function or the justice chat function. The justice chat, of course, goes through Streamlabs and makes me much happier than the YouTube super chat because YouTube is cancer on society, and I want to give them less money, as little as possible. That said, either will be appreciated and engaged. However, due to the nature of this being a debate and wanting to preserve the flow of the conversation, what I'm going to try and do is limit the readings of super chats to what I would consider a logical break in the conversation. If we switch from one point to another, once we've fully discussed the whatever subject we're on, that's when we'll probably pause for a minute, hit a few of those chats, and then we will move on to the next subject. And with that being said, the first one is from Rekieta, and he says, "Bite the pillow, boys, we going in dry," which is not recommended, generally speaking. But, oh, yeah, and by the way, suck it, chat. I started early today. But, yeah, so with that, though, what I will do now is give the floor over to Mitch, and he can set up the debate for you guys and for me, and so we're all on the same page and clear about what's going on. So take it away.
Yeah. So how's it going, everybody? I'm Mitch. I'm 29 years old. Went to college initially studying language and international relations, only to stop and enlist in the Air Force. My career in the Air Force was broadcast journalism. I did like command-based news, public relations, media training, and I acted kind of like a jack of all trades with radio, video, and social media. I got out near the end of 2012 and been doing like random trade things, skills, creative gigs, and just kind of been figuring out what I'm doing. Recently went back to school, studied energy engineering and cybercrime, and just kind of overviewed. I'm moving kind of towards like ethics, and I'm not really sure where I'll end up, maybe law. But my channel is still taking shape, and it's sort of based around the idea of just open investigation of authority, public figures, and white-collar crime.
Oh, and let me. I hate to do this.
Yeah.
In the description, you can find a link to your channel, your Twitter, and your Patreon. So everybody go ahead and check those out, especially if you like what Mitch has to say. But even if you don't, check it out because you never know how like things go in a debate is not always reflective of the content of the channel. So check it out either way. Make sure to give him some views to thank him for coming on. And if you like what you see there, subscribe and follow him.
I appreciate that. Thanks a lot, man.
No problem.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'm just kind of, like, interested right now in making, like, video essays that sort of popularize and explain sort of scientific, social, political issues. Just kind of really, like, interdisciplinary, just, like, broad spectrum. So, yeah, that's me. Getting to the debate. So it all started, I tweeted you kind of just, like, a list of links and just little brief lines of pretty much nothingness. And so I just want to set that up. You didn't really have a position, but it kind of implied a position. And let me explain that. So your initial reaction to my tweet today was kind of to reject, or I saw it as you rejected the faith association and you linked that story that I linked to instead to mental illness. And in doing so, disregarded the evidence that this was like direct mimicry of like the Abraham Isaac story in the book of Genesis. And it's kind of like the assertion isn't a case of doctrine-based incitement to crime. That's just mental illness and a disturbed lady. And you mentioned an atheist hypothetical is that woman who's clearly reenacted a scene from Genesis between Abraham and Isaac, where Abraham constructs an altar, complete with like a pile of wood to light his kid on fire, and like right at the last moment when he's about to plunge a knife into his kid's chest or whatever, God intervenes. And so like that story, like the only lesson I can really get from that, like especially in like a literalist kind of way, that initial like point that you'd get is just like to love, or like to put like your faith in the Lord completely and trust him even if the lives of your closest loved ones are at risk, or at your hands to do harm against them. And like while I agree mental illness is a major factor, especially in a world where social isolation can kind of solidify these like narratives we have, especially about like things that make specific claims about the universe or morality like within it. The problem is that the mental illness doesn't simply make you murderous, but false reason or perception of circumstances and reality, it can. Like if you do not see the other people as another person, as human like you are, it becomes easier to dehumanize them. This is how groups like ISIS create fanatics with the capacity to just dehumanize the people that they're attacking. They think of them like raw material. The best intention of belief-based justification is a double-edged sword kind of thing. The value that people account for, like on a universal, like fact-based claim or a moral framework, leads people to think a wicked act is helpful. And I'll sort of just end it with like a quote. Steven Weinberg said, "The good do the best they can, the worst will do the worst they can, but to get good people to do wicked things, you'll need religion." So yeah.
Okay. So now I'm hearing myself. That's annoying. Is there a? Oh, that's good. Maybe it just takes a second to. I think your mic just takes a second to like adjust to the shift. But okay. Anyway, so let me be clear on what we're discussing. So we're discussing a story that you linked about a woman in Wales, right? Who was she was found not guilty by reason of insanity, right, as she drowned her daughter and then took the body out and burned it because she said she thought it would please God. Mm. That's what we're discussing, and your assertion seems to be that in this situation, the existence of the Abraham Isaac story is the problem. Or is it the faith people place in the Bible that's the problem? Like,
well, it's kind of, sorry.
Oh, no. I was just going to ask, help me figure out what that is so that we can discuss that.
Yeah. So it's sort of multi-leveled. So it's like not just the fact that there's the presupposition that there could be a deity like above you that, you know, at a point of like necessity, like talks to you, like, and you have the narrative built in that maybe a God will talk to me. Maybe they'll give me a divine instruction. And if you've read into the narrative different aspects of the Bible that glorify these very strange conducts and like prop them up as like paragons of morality, it's corrupting. I mean, it may not be like sometimes not used as a direct incitement, but to me, it's the framework that if you're put into a state where you don't have the capacity to kind of like either reason yourself out or check like outside of your perspective for like truth, it's a slippery slope to just crime, honestly. That's something like belief-based justification for crime.
How rampant is belief-based justification for crime?
I think it's dependent on how you want to define that and what exactly is crime. and why?
Okay, well, let me talk about this real quick.
That's a Jordan Peterson response. Sorry about that.
Oh, well, if you can reference whoever you want, but if you expect me to get it, I don't listen to anybody.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to be bad at the references, but you are free to use them and explain them or not. That doesn't matter. Okay. But okay, so here's part of the issue. So the story of Isaac and Abraham is God says to Isaac or to Abraham, take your son up and he's going to be an offering to me. And then they get up there and then God says, whoa. Like, I get it. Thank you for listening, but don't actually strike the boy.
Right.
So immediately we've got a problem with the existing story. If the woman is a believer and is mimicking the story, then she left out, the whole lesson of the story, which is that God wouldn't actually ask you to kill your own son. And the story in the context of when Genesis was, I guess, being explored by the early Jews, the really early Jews, when this would have been an oral tradition prior to being recorded, probably, you've got a surrounding set of religions that actually glorified human and specifically child sacrifice. Right. So you've got a God setting himself apart very obviously from the gods that were surrounding at the time. And I mean, we could go into, we won't. We could go into all sorts of discussions about the early Jewish pantheon, which of course was not monotheistic at all. We could talk about all of that, but the distinguishing part of that is that who came to be Yahweh distinguishes himself from these more violent things. And we see over and over throughout the Old Testament people getting violence out of gods, which is kind of within the historical context of religion, of Near East religions. And then God moving away from that violence as we progress through time. And along with that, the Jews tending to move away from violence as well as part of religious practice. But the initial issue here is that you're attaching the motive of this to a specific story, but it doesn't actually follow the story. One, she's drowning the girl as opposed to using a knife. She's taking her out to burn the body as an offering to God, I guess. But that isn't the story of Abraham and Isaac. And then, of course, missing the most obvious part of the story. So it begs the question of, is she even mimicking the Abraham and Isaac story? I mean, it's easy to peg because the Bible's a big target and she mentions God. But if she's picking that story, like, she's obviously ignoring a huge thing, and saying that's a leader to crime is a really strange leap for me. Another thing is we don't have like rampant child sacrifice and people saying, you know what, God told me to, like Abraham. So that's another problem with it. And then finally, let's say that the Bible is absent. Like you're saying I'm dismissing the religious link, but I think you're really dismissing her psychosis diagnosis. Like in 2017, she's diagnosed psychotic. So then if she doesn't have a Bible to attach or a God to call out to, I'm not sure that precludes her from committing the crime in the first place. I just think she would find a different justification for it or a different ethos to attach to, and whatever that may be. Maybe it's a Harry Potter book. I mean, who knows what someone with psychosis would attach into. So I think this is really strange, but I'm a little confused because if we're debating that, I don't know what the point of that debate is. What I thought we were debating is a grander discussion about religious bias in law, because our discussion actually goes back, roughly 6 months to the gay cake decision, where we had a long back and forth on Twitter over differences of opinion there. So am I mistaken? Because I thought that is what we were focusing on, was sort of a religious bias in American law, which is why I was so confused that you chose a criminal case from Wales. And the other confusing part is the article, which I won't source criticism the article. I could, but that's pointless. the main thing is in the article, he acknowledges that this is a psychosis sort of thing, and she wasn't acquitted on the basis of her religion. There's actually no evidence other than supposition that her religion was the reason people found her not guilty by reason of insanity. They showed the clear psychosis diagnosis. And you can't just be crazy because you say, God told me to do something and that sounds crazy. Like not guilty by reason of insanity requires a diagnosis from a licensed clinician. You can't just like, well, I was just crazy. Like there's a lot of steps to that. Right. So even in the article, it acknowledges that. And it says, well, what if though, that's the screen cap that I sent to you, was what if she had just claimed it and wasn't psychotic? What would the outcome have been? I can tell you it would have been guilty, especially in Wales. Right. And definitely in the United States. Like the idea that there's a religious exception to child murder has long been overturned because there's not even religious exceptions to like specific brutal animal sacrifices of various religions. If sometimes, like we're kind of
like we the chicken, New York or whatever.
Yeah, we have some discrimination. Like there's some animal sacrifice that they'll kind of get away with, but like the more brutal or the more like domesticated, like if you're out strangling cats or something, people care. If you kill a goat, people probably don't because goats are ugly and stupid, and cats are fuzzy and warm. But so there's some discrimination there. I would argue it's probably not based on the religion so much as the animal, which if we think that's an inconsistency, I'll agree with you. And I think that's a weird one. Like, why can't I eat a horse, for example, is a weird inconsistency. But anyway, I'm tangenting too much here. This case has nothing to do with like the religious bias of the court system in the United States. So where are we going with this debate?
Okay, so I want to ask, do you think that she had all of that theological nuance that you gave to me with her reasoning? And do you think that she might have just wanted to have that structure of that religious meme placed on her reality in some way so that she could validate her like connection to divinity?
I don't know what she was doing or what she wanted. What I know is that someone with psychosis had some sort of desire that is unexplainable to a rational human being, which is to murder your child. Which even people who murder their children don't have a desire to murder their children in the overwhelming majority of cases. Like if you talk to child abuse experts, child violence experts, you'll find out that the vast majority of abusers, even people who abuse to the point of death, don't wake up in the morning and say, I want to kill this kid, or even I want to harm this kid. They're bad at self-control. So this is like way outside of the average human condition, even amongst people who commit egregious child violence. So we've got someone who is so far outside of the norm, committing a crime, hearing some urge described as a voice, hearing a voice or an urge to kill their child, and then putting it into some sort of framework that they understand. But what what I can't make the leap of is saying that if this particular framework didn't exist, this person wouldn't have heard a voice and then used it to justify killing a child. Like this is, again, a matter of psychosis. So I don't think she needs nuance either to simply read, like if we're using the story of Isaac as a barometer, and I think that's dangerous ground for your position, I don't think she needs any nuance to read, God said, kill Isaac, and then God said, whoa, wait, don't, at the last second. Now, maybe, I don't know, did she testify that she was waiting for an angel of the Lord to save the child?
Well, yeah, that's what I was sort of thinking, is the whole point of the story is that God actually intervened. Like, it wasn't that, like, he was there watching and he was like, oh, wait. Like, he actually stopped the situation from happening as he had committed to it. So, I mean, was she waiting for rebirth? I don't know. I'm not assuming that. The connection I sort of wanted to make was, did the court system have the capacity to test her reasoning, like through her belief system, and how effectively can it do that?
Didn't have to. That's the thing, because she's clinically insane.
Right. So, but couldn't that potentially be connected to intent?
Well, I don't know. I think if we're determining if she intended to kill her child, it sure seems like she did. But I guess I'm confused by the question. Okay, so not guilty by reason of insanity would say that someone did they were unable to manifest the requisite criminal intent or the criminal mindset because they're so crazy that their brain can't make that decision. It doesn't actually examine whether or not they wanted to do what they did. It's saying that their mind is so outside of the understandable human experience that we can't pass judgment because like they're not there. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I don't know, and I don't know that the court has a place to do that. Like I don't know that there's a reason for the court to do that in an insanity case, especially. Well,
depending on how egregious and like far-reaching that crime was, maybe how impacting like it actually was, might make you want to like peer into the mind a little bit more and actually give the people some kind of reason for all of this, especially the victim. I don't know if that's like really a legitimate thing to ask for, but
I would say no, and here's why. Okay, so in this case, let's say the court decides to peer into the mind of the deluded, and they find that, let's say they decide that it was her. We got to be specific to make this interesting, I think. Let's say that they decide it was her Mormon belief set that did it. Not her Christian beliefs, but specifically her Mormon belief, because whatever church she goes to or whatever, and I don't know this, I don't have any evidence this woman's a Mormon. I'm setting up a hypothetical, but whatever. And if you don't like Mormon, and who does? No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. But if you don't like to use the Mormon example, pick any extremely conservative, biblical, literalist,
fundamentalist
faith. Right. Okay. So you pick a Calvinist faith. Okay. And she says that, I literally read that, that God speaks to people, and in her faith tradition, they specifically talk about the specific literal interpretation of Scripture and the application of it. And they say that, her faith can literally justify anything so long as God is telling her to do it. They really say that. But let's say they pick a specific sect of Christianity that has this hardline belief about the Old Testament, and then they say that's the cause of it. Well, what's the solution? Is it to ban that one? Because then over here, you've got like an Episcopalian who would say that I'm not saying all Episcopalians, but I know there are many out there who would suggest that the story of Abraham and Isaac, and actually the story of Abraham as a whole, is a literal parable of Israel itself, for example, or the progression of the Jewish people, and that Abraham's not actually a historical figure. This isn't a historical story. So then you've got this other set of Christians over here who would be completely inoculated from the same sort of thinking that this woman has. Well, so then do you have a court imposing restrictions on one version of Christianity's storytelling versus another? Like, is that the solution that we're after? And what biases are playing into the court, and what jurors are qualified to make these decisions? This is why I say the court shouldn't be involved in this at all. Because where does all this come from?
Well, that's really interesting that you say that. That's why I value secularism so much, is because when there's a variety of perspectives and accounting for values and logic for application of laws and principles for those laws, it leads to all kinds of mess with regards to having a civilization where everybody aligns just decently enough for function. And the relevance to the situation I was talking with the gay cakes thing that we were talking about way back when is, at what point did the court have an opportunity to like actually connect his claim that it was abhorrent to his religion. And how did he do that? All he had to do was utter that claim that it did that. I don't think that the CCRC ever effectively had really a toolkit, just like the modern toolkit to talk to a religion in terms of justification.
Excuse me.
Or no problem. For like what to, like when to draw the line as far as what's considered actually like harm against him or his ideology or his association to his religion. Like I'm not interested in banning any sect of any religion. I'm not saying we should ban any book, but I'm saying that if you're looking for like a literalist direct incitement to like a crime, just look in any mosque, in any synagogue, and in any church, and open it up to any point and just read literally, and you will find direct incitement to something. I mean, it's not about having the cultured, learned theology. It's just about having a very small snippet, too little information to do no harm. I mean, essentially.
But okay, let's say that you say open any book, like any book in a synagogue, in a mosque, or in a, you know, obviously the Bible, in a Christian church, for example, and you'll find. I don't agree that you'll find a mandate to commit things. What I'll agree to is that in all of them, you'll find a history of violence. Like that is absolutely obvious. There's no arguing around it. The Old Testament is violent. The New Testament has violence as a part of it as well. Less so, but there's still if there's not violence, there's oppressive themes. Views against women, views about slavery that we would find problematic today, to say the least, for sure. But couldn't I just grab a history book in the same vein, read it literally, and find a literal call to violence? In the same way that you're saying, if the Jews were commanded by God to go take over Canaan, for example, and I read that the Nazis were commanded by Hitler. I hate going to Hitler. Let's get rid of Hitler. The Huns were commanded by Genghis Khan to go take over China or sections of China. Those are both historical events. Now, obviously, the interpretation of we would have more faith from a secular position that Genghis Khan actually told the Huns to go take over China, rather than a disembodied heavenly voice telling all Jews to go invade Canaan. I'm fine agreeing with that. But at some level, we've still got description of a historical event. To transpose that into a modern mandate is an issue. You could maybe argue that Mosaic law would guide here, but you have 2,000 years of rabbinical writings mitigating the mandates of rabbinic law, or of Mosaic law. And then, of course, you have on the Christian side, you have Christ coming in and basically saying, both Christ and Paul basically saying that the way the law was understood was incorrect, and it's not correctly applied, and that we have a new understanding of and fulfillment of the law based in Christ. So both of the major authorities of the vast majority of organized Christianity would suggest that Mosaic law is instructive, but no one is suggesting that if a woman breaks up a fight between two men and she happens to touch one of their genitals, that her hand should be chopped off. Like that's in the Bible, but that's not in any product of modern Judaism or modern Christianity. So like I get that there are these particular mandates to a particular people, but I don't think even like a mildly nuanced approach is necessary for the overwhelming majority of popular, what do I call it? Denominations of Christianity or popular sects of Judaism. No one is advocating, like outside of Islam, very hardcore Islamists, no one is advocating for like the removal of limbs for stealing, or any of the violent punishments of the Old Testament. It's so thoroughly removed. I mean, it's in the book, yes, but almost nobody believes it.
Right.
So how can we go ahead and then ascribe that sort of motivation or lay impetus at the feet of these ancient texts that are, if you've got any level of belief, you're beyond thinking that God is asking you to do these things today. Now, there are people who will say that they hear a current voice of God asking them to bomb an abortion clinic or something. And I say current, that's like, that hasn't happened in like 15 years or something like that. And sure, we can look at the religious motives, but the overwhelming weight of evidence, and I know you're an evidence guy, would suggest that that's not happening in any appreciable amount. Outside of, and I hate to crap on Islam, because I don't like crapping on anything, and I do see the danger in like singling out something. But the most evidence that we have of any sort of religion having this is Islamic. And when you look at the religion of peace,
let me stop you there. Let me stop you there for a second.
Okay, go ahead.
What would you say about Orthodox Christianity in Russia or Christianity in Africa? Like the impact that it has, even just the missionaries in Africa and the campaign to tell people that AIDS is bad, but condoms is worse. Condoms are worse. I mean, just the impact of these types of principles and reasoning. I won't take just like from an extremist point of view. I mean, even if you want to go through the lines of apology all the way to the point of now, I mean, you got a minute? Can I read you just a little bit?
Hold on. This seems like a good spot right before. It's kind of in the middle of the topic, but if you're about to read something, let me catch up. There's a couple chats that came through.
Yeah.
Gateway into Comics says this guy equals less than 100 subs. Don't bother. Well, that's one perspective. The other perspective would, of course, be get him over 100 subs.
There you go.
And help him out, and then we can bother. No, I don't. I understand the idea there, but I don't want to ever judge the value of someone's argument based on the ability of the world to find their information. Because people didn't do that to me, and I won't do that to other people. Well, some people did that to me, but people I like didn't do that to me, and so I wouldn't do that to anyone else if at all possible. TNM says Nick is debating a typical edgy douche circa 2002. Well, I think that's a bit rude. And then TNM asks favorite Street Fighter character. I will of course go with Ken, not only because he is a white American male, but because his fierce kick throw was better than Ryu's because he actually did the roll and then the throw. And that's why Ken is the best Street Fighter character. What about you?
Like Raiden or Chun-Li or something?
Raiden was Mortal Kombat. Chun-Li would have been Street Fighter. Right. Chun-Li's a good one, though. She had the...
Chun-Li or... Who was the dude with the mohawk that like flipped and rolled and shit?
Oh, that was Baraka. Yeah. The green like monster looking guy.
Yeah, and there was the one dude with the stretchy arms.
Yeah, that was Dalsim. Yeah. And we know Baraka is accurate of all South Americans. I'm kidding. Just Brazilians. Okay, Jellyfish Sandwich says, my dude, Calvinists would be the last to hear voices. Yes, thank you for correcting me. But if a Calvinist did hear a voice, he would say that God willed it to have happened from the beginning. So that said, I'll go ahead and read and read what you were going to read.
Sure. So this is all just kind of little subsections of bits of Hitchens' speech. So I think
hold on. I said Baraka. It's Blanca.
Blanca. Yeah, that's it. Blanca.
Thank you for correcting me, Barack Obama. Thanks for correcting me, guys. Sorry. Go ahead and read. I'm listening now.
Okay. So this is just different bits of Hitchens' speeches that I think I've sent you over, the tweets that we've done. I
did watch the one on free speech that he gave at the Hogwarts or whatever. It's like 20 minutes. Yeah, I watched that. So now you can't wipe the floor with me because I watched it. Right. So
of course.
Sorry, you're screwed.
So this is I feel like this is pretty topical for what you just kind of mentioned. And it's kind of going to expand from there and it might be not exactly a perfect logical line, but feel free, like afterwards, we can go through it and I can talk about it. So this is all Hitchens quotes from now. I won't take a religious text from a known extremist or a fanatic. It's from Cardinal Newman, a man whose apologia, made many people join the Roman Catholic Church, including Anglicans, considered, I think rightly so, a great Christian thinker. Cardinal Newman, the Catholic Church said, Newman holds it better for the sun and moon to drop from heaven, for the earth to fall, and all the many millions on it to die in extremest agony, than that one soul, I will not say, will be lost, but shall commit one venial sin, shall tell one willful truth, or should steal one farthing without excuse. Its essential fanaticism, consideration of human being as raw material, and its fantasy of purity. Once you assume a creator and a plan, it makes us objects in a cruel experiment where we are created sick and commanded to be well. And over us to supervise this installed a celestial dictatorship, a kind of divine North Korea, greedy, exigent, which means requiring immediate action, greedy for uncritical praise from dawn till dusk, and swift to punish the original sins with which it so tenderly gifted us in the first place. Salvation is available at the price of your critical faculties. Religion, it must be said, would have to admit, makes extraordinary claims, and I would say that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Rather daringly provides not even ordinary evidence for its extraordinary supernatural claims. Therefore, we might begin by asking, is it good for the world to appeal to our credulity and not to our skepticism? Is it good for the world to worship a deity that takes sides in wars and human affairs? To appeal to our fear and to our guilt? Is it good for the world? To our terror of death, is it good to appeal? To preach guilt and shame about the sexual act and about the sexual relationship, is that good for the world? Ask yourself, are these really religious responsibilities as I maintain they are? To terrify children with an image of hell and eternal punishment, not just of themselves, but of their parents and those they love. Perhaps worst of all, to consider women an inferior creation, is that good for the world? Can you name me one religion, Jainism maybe, that has not done that? To insist that we are created and not evolved in the face of all the evidence, to say that certain books of legend and myth, man-made and primitive, are revealed by God and not man-made code. Religion forces nice people to do unkind things and also makes intelligent people say and do stupid things. Look anywhere you like for the warrant for slavery, for the subjection of women as chattel, for the burning and flogging of homosexuals, for ethnic cleansing, for anti-Semitism. All of this, you look no further than a famous book that's in every pulpit, in every synagogue, and in every mosque, and see whether you can square the fact the main force of hatred is also the main caller for censorship. That last bit was part of what you were mentioning, the free speech, quote. So yeah, I guess I have some more, but I kind of want to just open it up and let you deal with it.
Well, I mean, far be it from me to basically say that Hitchens completely sets up a straw man and beats against it, because or a hasty generalization of basically Christianity that believes that. And yes, there are Christians who would objectify. You can find Christians with examples of all of these things, right?
Well, let me ask you one thing. Is there any Christian that doesn't believe in the idea of vicarious redemption through human sacrifice?
You're talking about the death of Christ?
Well, right, but also the forgiveness of sins through the death of Christ.
Yeah, me.
Right.
Actually, I don't see any evidence for the forgiveness of sins through the death of Christ at all. Can I ask you where you do? I'm
So,
waiting.
interesting question to ask. I don't know. I don't know
It
why.
is an interesting question to ask, because does Christ claim that his death will cure us of sin?
No.
Okay. What does Christ? Christ forgives sin long before he dies.
Mm-hmm.
And he gives actually a commandment to his apostles. He says, whose sins you forgive will be forgiven. There's no mandate for blood sacrifice at all for the forgiveness of sins. That's
right.
That I would suggest. There's an interesting book that I haven't read. I want to, but it's so long I don't have time to read it. But I have heard a great lecture from the author. And the author's a local mega church pastor in Minnesota called Greg Boyd. And he's not a fan of like tradition, or he's not a friend of a lot of traditional evangelical Christians because of some of the claims he makes and leading up to this book. But it's called The Crucifixion of the Warrior God. And his suggestion would be that the blood sacrifice for the atonement or redemption of sin is a human thing that God found a way to eventually resolve, because humans were so thirsty for sacrifice that even when God sent a savior to them, they decided to kill the savior, right? And so then God says, okay, well, fine, this act can be a redemptive act, but it's not the defeat of sin that Christ does. It's the defeat of death, which is the product of sin. There's a difference here, but you have lots of evidence in the New Testament while Christ is alive of the forgiveness of sins, absent a blood sacrifice. He doesn't. The Roman centurion comes up and talks about his daughter. He says, "Your sins are forgiven. Your faith has healed you." The woman at the well, he forgives her for having 5 different husbands. Forgives her sins that would have led to her death under that society. I mean, I know that some people believe that the death of Christ is the defeat of sin, but the death of Christ is the defeat of death. Or actually, I guess the resurrection of Christ is the defeat of death. The death of Christ represents God entering into the human experience of death in the way that we do. So if you want to find any Christian who doesn't believe in blood sacrifice necessity for the atonement of sin, yeah, me. I don't think it's been necessary ever. I think that humans have thought it was necessary and have imposed that upon God and maybe other deities or whatever absolutely. They believed in.
Totally.
But even if I take fully a sovereign God that has, and I take the entire Christian view that you would traditionally think, I still say that blood sacrifice of Christ is not necessary for the redemption of sin in any way.
Yeah. What do you have to say for the Catholics?
What about them?
When it physically turns into the body of Christ.
Transubstantiation of the Eucharist into the body of Christ?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I was raised Catholic.
Yeah.
I know that the transubstantiation is a doctrinal belief. I don't know of any Catholic that puts a wafer that tastes like a piece of used paper in their mouth, thinks that that's what human flesh of Christ tastes like. Right. But, I don't know. This is a problem with Hitchens' argument, okay, is that he ascribes his understanding of other people's experiential understanding, and then he argues against it, which is the only thing you can do. To be fair to Hitchens, like if I can only take what I assume you are experiencing and discuss against that. And so that's all Hitchens can do with a Christian is, so if they take the transubstantiation or as you're doing right now and say that transubstantiation means that there's a literal transition from a piece of bread into the body of Christ. Well, the body of Christ is also described literally in the church or in the Bible as the church, as the people of Christ. So what does it mean to eat the body of Christ? I don't know. Someone has probably written about it, several people, and they've probably all disagreed, and many of them would be Catholic. An interesting Catholic to check out would be Richard Rohr, by the way, who talks very much about the mystical aspects of the Catholic faith. And if you want like a secular humanist who's a Catholic, Richard Rohr is probably a good example of that. But to say what it means for someone to have a transubstantiation of an unleavened bread into the body of Christ, I think that's a step beyond what we can do. We can only assume what that means to the individual. We can't actually know. And I don't think, again, growing up Catholic, I'm going to make a bold claim. I don't know that any Catholic that I've ever met could articulate clearly what it means to have a transubstantiation. I mean, they could recite the rote nature of it. It's a doctrinal point of the Catholic Church, but is it a closely held belief, or is it even a real belief? Now, what they would say is, again, my parents are still practicing Catholics. So they do things like, you go to the church and you guard the Eucharist, the remaining Eucharist that wasn't eaten or whatever, because it is considered the body of Christ, and therefore it is now sacred and holy. It is no longer just bread. So someone is always with that. I can't remember what they call it, but they go and they basically spend an hour or 2 hours at the church praying and reflecting while hanging out with dead Jesus's body, right? Like, and they get something out of that. If nothing else, they get time for reflection and prayer. But so they treat it with reverence and respect. But whether they believe like they're biting into a piece of human flesh, I don't think that is a thing. I could ask them. I'm pretty sure my parents would say no. There might be some Catholic who says yes. But I don't know. And that's the problem with these types of assertions that guys like Hitchens make, is they take a rote doctrine, and he's talking, even in your quote, he says, pick up a Bible and read it literally. Well, even the most literalist reader of the Bible doesn't read it literally.
You didn't say that.
I think
I said that.
Oh, you said it. Okay.
Yeah, I said that before.
Okay, so then I won't be easy on you and
let me take fault for my mistakes. And
okay. Well, but if you pick up a Bible and read it literally, even the most hardcore literalists, and believe me, I'm related to some of them, and I could have funny discussions with you about what they say. But even the most hardcore literalist doesn't read the Bible literally, because many of them don't believe the earth is flat, for example. Right. Or that it's supported by 4 literal pillars, or that God actually set up chambers above the sky to dump water down. So almost, and none of them kill their children when they're disobedient or disrespectful to God. So almost nobody reads it literally. So to put that upon Christians, even the ones who I would criticize as being like way too literalist, I think is really, really unfair. And this kind of goes back to our earlier discussion where you talked about a level of nuance that might not be present. I think even basic and very hardcore, even intentional hardcore literalists have a level of nuance that's not given credit by guys like Hitchens when they quote, when they proof text. And the worst thing about that is like, you know what proof texting is, right? Yeah. Okay. The worst thing about that is that the people that Hitchens is critical of, who I am also very critical of, rely on proof texting to what I would say dole out bad doctrine. But Hitchens is relying on proof texting to go ahead and support his position. And I find that to be wildly, disgustingly inconsistent for a guy who is a reasoned, well-thinking person.
Are you sure what he's doing though? Could you like explain like a little bit more like exactly what you mean, like where that happened?
I mean, I don't think I could give a
just a hasty generalization. Like,
but just saying, if you go to the Bible, you'll read about a call to burn or flog homosexuals, right? Like that's a proof text. That's a proof text. That's taking a passage basically from Leviticus out of any contextual understanding, and if we're being ignoring the New Testament completely.
So if somebody who was clinically mentally ill, like the person we discussed earlier, came into a church and just picked it up and was hearing preachments that was adding reverence to the situation, just not really anything specific, opened it up and saw something about that, and maybe they were talking about, she just picked a little snippet of context. Like, I really stress the idea of too little information, because I really think that's what it is. I mean, I'm perfectly willing to agree with you about the nuance of a lot of these traditions that have like really gone through the oral tradition and the actual historical work, and like have argued the reasoning, the ethics, and like looked at the like the metaphysical and moral claims of the Bible, and like took in consideration like the world around it. But I would say that to the extent that these people are doing are I don't know, like able to fit in with our society is because they are human, not because they're Christian. And I would say that the aspects that they are able to reject of their religion is how they are more like, it's what's enabling them to like move into actual cooperation with other religions or other faiths or other denominations. I feel like that end was a little confusing, but
I mean, a lot of it's confusing to me because, and that's not your fault, by the way. I'm not being critical of you there. Excuse me, guys. Apologize for the cough. I just, so if the idea is that we put, and I'm going to go back to your too little of information thing. Okay. So if the idea is that, well, we put reverence in a book or we put reverence in a tradition, and then we say that someone could come into that tradition not having enough information, but only having the reverence of it, then they might do something that would be abhorrent based on the reverence but lack of information. Is that an accurate summary?
I would say that's fair. I would just add the nuance that it's not just the reverence that's added by the people's like emotional like weight or the performance or anything. It's also the aspect that this is connected to a supervisoral deity, somebody that's there above in authority. It's like that. It's the alpha primate. It's the person that's in charge of the tribe at the time.
Sure, sure.
And that kind of unpacks into the whole Alpha God book that I linked, and I really suggest anybody that's in the audience check that out if they can at the library or whatever, because that really unpacks the scientific history, the evolutionary past of humans as they kind of walked out of the jungle into an organized civilization, and how those clashes that you're talking about earlier with the early formation of the Abrahamic religions and the sizing down of many different godheads of many tribes to the point of, you know, like a sort of monotheistic or polytheistic situation that turned into a monotheism and was kind of justified through like an oral tradition that worked into something that turned into a Bible. Sorry, a bit of a tangent there.
But... No, keep going. If you got more, or not. I don't mean to make you keep going, but
yeah, I could go and go. It usually takes a prompt though, and sometimes I run out of steam, so it's a little bit late.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Excuse me. I have a problem with the premise of this too little information thing, because the problem that I have is a lack of evidence that this is an issue. So if we surmise that crazy lady that prompted this discussion, that we would have to presuppose that she didn't have enough information, and then decide, yeah, well, it looks like because she killed her kid that she didn't have enough information, and that there's some level more of information that would be acceptable to get the right message through to her. But I don't think that's true, because I don't have evidence that she didn't have enough information, right? That, well,
isn't that something that the court could have maybe pulled together in terms of like actually asking her like her reasoning about that?
I don't know. Is it? How would they do that? If you could, in a perfect ideal world for you where the court could do that, how would they go about assessing what is the appropriate level of knowledge? Like, what test would they impose if you could propose a test to the court? That's often a part of making changes based on public policy. So this is relevant to constitutional laws. If you want to propose a change to how we interpret something, what you do then is offer the court a test based on something of how they would go about and do this. So how would the court go ahead and test for the requisite level of knowledge, or whatever, however, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So how would the court develop this test?
So especially since we're working with somebody that's like mentally ill, potentially or definitely, since clinically assigned, I would definitely try to work internally with their whatever their thought process was. So I would definitely have at hand access to different readings of that verse or of whatever evidence that was found that also mentions her faith. So if there's something that made us know for sure that she was Christian, then unpack. I mean, I feel like I'm just kind of.
I feel like you're struggling because that you have to know there's no way they could standardize test for a requisite level of knowledge to have enough information to be a Christian.
Right, that's the thing.
I put you in an unfair position.
All these different faiths, and then to have like a certain absolute of what is the doctrine of that. It's definitely a slippery slope. Like I definitely agree. It's just like actually thinking of the psychology of the person who did it. Why did you do it? Did you think it was because of this? Or
well, she said, I mean, she said it was a voice, like she heard God tell her to kill her kid, right? Like that. I'll agree with that. So she said that. So we know why. Right. God told her to do it. But then what's the solution to that? Because so there's no way to like retcon Christianity, Judaism, any religion out of existence like that.
Let me start. Okay, why don't we do the same thing we did with shoot, what was he? The presidential candidate that ran against Obama back in 2000, I want to say
Mitt Romney?
Yeah. So when the country basically had to ask Mitt Romney if he would uphold the US law over his faith. And he said he would hold the US law over the faith. I would say it would be something like that, where you would ask an ethical question. You know, if this happened, would you do this? I would essentially just set that up with the case and try to figure out whether or not this person is actually bought into the religious part of it, or if it's just really the clinical part of it. And I would definitely question the person that gave them this assignment.
So you're going to... I don't mean this to sound ridiculous.
Yeah.
You're going to ask a clinically diagnosed psychotic person who claims that the voice of God told her to kill her child, whether or not she was basing it on a tenet of the religion?
I wouldn't ask that directly. I was saying that more like you could provide like an ethical question that just took all that context away and just gave her like the ability to reason. And so you'd assume that that's what would happen with the psychologist. What I'm questioning is
can you propose a question, like a hypothetical? What would you ask this woman? Because this is the important thing with developing the test. What ethical question do you ask someone who just murdered their child because God told them to? What question would suffice? I can't think of one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good ass question. I don't have one off the top of my head.
Well,
and when you talked about that before, when we were talking about the gay cake thing, I mean, it definitely comes up that there's this question of what is actually Christian, and if he is maintaining that he's not willing to give goods or services based on the fact that he reserves the right to discriminate because he's protecting his belief, or because that he thinks this is against God's, like, I don't want to give him in like a bad faith like reading, but just like the best reading that he could possibly get, I still don't see him turning away liars, cheaters, you know, adulterers. It doesn't really add up to me. So
sure, and I'll let me just say that I'll agree with you.
Yeah.
And I don't particularly, I can't ethically, according to my legal professional responsibility, I cannot support someone refusing business based on a protected characteristic. I can't refuse. Like if a gay person came to me and said, no, that's not a good example, because I really don't care about gay people being gay like that. Weefek, for example, in the chat, Weefek is super gay, and I don't care about that at all. What I would say is, let's say an adult came to me to represent their their right, for example, to transgender their child, something I vehemently disagree with on a basic level, I couldn't deny it. I couldn't deny them service based on that disagreement of thing. That would be unlawful for me to do it, and it would be against my professional responsibility.
Right.
What I can do and what I would do, one, I'm not qualified to take that case. There are many organizations with many better lawyers who would take that case in a heartbeat, and I would inform the person of those people who would better represent them. But if they rejected that and really, really wanted to hire me for whatever reason, I would have to find a non-transgenderism reason to deny them service.
Right.
And I probably wouldn't do that. I wouldn't deny them service. I would represent them in the best way that I could. But I would stress to them over and over and over that there are better people. And there literally are. It wouldn't be because like my lack of performance. It would be because there are people who are versed in this issue. And I have no experience litigating in that field. And hope to never have experience on either side of that argument. It's just not an area of law I want to be in. Right. But I wouldn't be able to do that. I would be bound from it. So I agree with you, and I would agree with the inconsistency of saying that many Christians who would deny service to a gay person might not do so for like a divorced person or to any other set of standards. But what I will counter with is the essential ruling in that case, and this is what I was trying to impose, and I probably failed at it. But the essential ruling in that case is not that the CCRC didn't determine whether his faith is genuine or not. It's that they treated his faith with disrespect, right, to the point where they couldn't. Like, so even if there were a test for them to determine if he had a no true Scotsman purity of faith to be an appropriate Christian to deny service, they couldn't do it because of statements they made. That's the only ruling of that case. I know a lot of people have misinterpreted that to say that he won. I mean, he only won because they openly vilified his faith in court, and not a single person in the process who worked for the government said, wait a minute, we need to at least consider that this guy is genuine. So you're going like 3 steps beyond that decision to the point where you're saying, could a court determine whether or not his faith was genuine? The answer to that is yes. We have tests for genuine faith. They revolve around Vietnam and the conscientious objection. They actually did do tests to see, like if you're a Catholic and you had a conscientious objection, they said, yeah, well, Catholics killed a lot of people throughout history based on being Catholic and based on them being Protestant. That's not good enough. Right. You had to be a very specific like sect of Catholicism or a very specific pacifist Christian to get that exception. And there were tests for the genuinely held portion of the belief as well. Because like the standard for legal standard is genuinely held belief. And so the genuinely held would be they would allow evidence for people to come out and say, actually, this guy doesn't believe that, because I saw him pounding on his neighbor's face in a fight or whatever. So he's not actually a pacifist. He's just saying he's a pacifist because he doesn't want to go to war. So they actually have tests for this. The problem in this case, and I can't stress it enough to people on both sides of it, is that they openly said that his faith was hateful, dismissive, and they were dismissive of his faith. And then no one even said, wait a minute. Like, not even the other party's attorney was being very opportunistic there, right? Like the government's attorney was saying, or not the government, but the plaintiff's attorney was saying, no, we like this. They're on our side here. The board, not one board member said, wait a minute, let's see if this guy actually believes this. That was the problem in that case. And that's like, when you think about it, like, imagine if you are saying, I don't know how to contextualize this to like secular humanism or atheism, but let's say in 1826, you're in Maryland and they have a required religion to be in Maryland, which they did back then, I believe. If not 1826, go back 30 years and they definitely did. or Maine, and you're a Quaker, like you're not a Quaker, but you're in Maine. You're an atheist in Maine in the early 1800s, and you're in court, and they say, listen, atheists are ridiculous, horrible people. They don't, like, they're hateful of all Quakers. They're dismissive of our religious practices, and we want to go ahead and convict them based on that. And no one at all in the entire process says, wait a minute, let's see if this guy, like, I know he's an atheist and he's probably terrible, but let's see if this guy actually believes the things he's saying. No one said that. That's the problem in the case. So, like, that's where you and I have had friction over this whole thing. Is, while I would agree that everybody should serve everybody, because I think the only color that matters is green, and I think the only factor that matters is money. When you're talking about businesses, that's I don't think people should be forced into that, but that's my personal ethos. So I agree with you that he should make the cake or whatever.
Would you say that religion should be treated like an immutable quality, though?
No, I don't think it is. I think that's what I've been laying out.
Yeah.
Is that let me twist the whole script on you. They treated it as an immutable quality, which they then dismissed as hateful and awful, rather than saying, let's see if this guy, like one person saying, does this guy actually believe this? And how much does he believe it? Would have possibly changed that entire Supreme Court decision. We'll never know, because some of them are dead or whatever, or Kennedy resigned. Yeah. He's not dead yet, Anthony. It's coming. No, I'm just kidding.
Justice Ginsburg just went through surgery.
Oh, Justice Ginsburg is actually dead. She's been dead a long time. She's a do you believe in necromancy? Because she does. No, that's. But what I want to say is they actually did treat his faith as an immutable quality for him, and then dismissed it as bad, rather than testing for the genuinely held thing, which there is a test, and that's the problem, and that's the ruling and the misunderstanding of it that I think maybe got lost in our communication.
My thing with that is I realize that there needs to be like a maintenance of a good faith while you're trying to examine that. At the same time, I realized that there was 6 cases before that case came to the CCRC of him turning away gay couples, apparently.
Sure seems like it's a deeply held belief.
And the thing is I'm not really sure how you would actually like question that, like, or how you would like, I don't know.
Well, I'll give you an idea of how the court does it. One, the court says, according to what they've told us about their faith. So this guy is evangelical Christian. Okay, so we've got a mainstream evangelical Christianity to be distinguished from like the Evangelical Lutheran Covenant Church, or the Evangelical Lutheran Church of America, which does actually embrace like a gay clergy as a gay affirming church. So they're outside of evangelical being in their name, they're not considered evangelical when you talk about evangelicals as a demographic. Okay, so you say, okay, so does the faith that they're professing, what is the mainstream belief on the subject? And
how do they do
that? They could do it with the lawyers would have the job of submitting evidence, and then the judges at the Supreme Court level, the judges and their clerks would weigh the value of the evidence and try and come up. They have like a hierarchy of credibility. Like if you had scholarly articles and stuff like that, that would be high. If you have stuff like Pew Research is highly, highly regarded in the court for demographic surveys across a broad spectrum because they're highly regarded everywhere. So you would take a Pew Research poll of evangelicals. You'd take the most recent one and you'd say, how do evangelicals respond to, should gay marriage be allowed? And I think what you'd find is, especially at the time of the decision, although I think it's less every day, you'd find mainstream evangelicalism would still say that gay marriage is not allowed by the church. That's our deeply held belief. And that a gay marriage is not a valid expression of godly marriage within the church. Now, again, you'll have splinter denominations like the ELCA. You'll have individuals who don't care. Like, I don't really care so much. I mean, my vision of marriage is like hardcore, hyper radical. But that's why I don't want government in marriage, is because I know people like me exist. So if the government asks me what marriage is and I tell them, I'll say marriage is between a man, a woman, and specifically a man, a woman, and God, and only within the context of their creator. Like that's the marriage I recognize as marriage. Okay, fine. Do I want to deny other people like the enjoyment of having what they would consider a marriage? No, never. I really have no care in it. And so, but if the government asks me what marriage is, I'll tell them. But that's why I don't want government involved, because I don't think it's my determination, my decision to determine what is a marriage. Because someone who doesn't believe in Christianity might say that my marriage is fake.
Let's flip this over to what is an essential good or what is an essential service.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's do that. That's a good time to break. I've got a lot of chats that have come in that I've been ignoring. Not really trying to ignore, but I did want to keep the flow of the conversation. So here we're going to burn through a bunch of these really quick. Keck7Go, and to give you reference, this is 37 minutes ago. He says, Nick, isn't the solution obvious? We need to embrace the emperor of mankind and violently oppose any belief system to stifle chaos and bring upon us the age of enlightenment for humanity and prepare us for the horrors of the galaxy. All hail the emperor. Yes, I 100% agree. The emperor of mankind and the imperial truth is the only way. Weefek says almonds is gay. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Weefek further says Mormons are gay, and sometimes I saw them in Indiana have underglow on their buggies. GD hypocrites. Yeah, Mormons with underglow buggies.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
That's I don't trust them at all. Chris Howell says triangles. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, Chris. I apologize. If you want to tag me in the chat and explain that, I'll read it. You don't have to do another super chat. Brett War says, so what would he say of the Twinkie defense? What would you say of the, are you familiar with the Twinkie defense?
I'm not really sure. What is the Twinkie?
I don't know. I know it's a meme, but I don't know what it means.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah.
I can link that to you later once I find out what I feel about that.
Sounds great. Then Weefek followed up and he said, F YouTube, which is true. F
yes.
YouTube. Jellyfish Sandwich says, question for the bearded man. I think he means you because your beard is bigger than mine. So. How do you justify the moral right/wrong you appealed to in a world with no purpose where we are all just advanced pawn scum?
Right.
So the general question, of course, being outside of a religious ethical set, how do you justify a moral right and wrong? Do you want to address that?
So I kind of look at the harm principle and I try to consider the kind of meta of what the evidence, the best reasoning we have for specific acts, or like just the kind of current scientific understanding of what we can say is harmful or isn't harmful, and what is less harmful than what is more harmful. I would tend to reduce harm, reduce unnecessary suffering. And yeah, as far as meaning, I think that we create our meaning. I think that it's something that we sort of design ourselves and mutually as a society. It's something that we sort of dream up with, it kind of comes from our evolutionary past, our kind of id as well, of just sort of what we kind of internally are. It just kind of projects out into reality. And we pack all this information and all this like learning, all these narratives and reasoning into ourselves, and then like kind of chip away at that with scientific information and logic. And from there, we try to just do the best we can.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see. Bagel Goose says, God, Jesus, Holy Spirit, which has the biggest pee-pee? I think it's not the Holy Spirit. Let me tell you guys, if you don't know, the the Hebrew, the original Hebrew of the Holy Spirit is always female, which is something that's lost in the translations to English. And I think to a disservice of American and Western readers of the Bible, that we lose that gendered understanding that the Holy Spirit, even from the very first part of Genesis, when it says that the Spirit went out across the waters, that was a woman.
Yeah.
And it's distinctly female from the distinctly male God as creator. The Spirit is different. So the Holy Spirit is out. Jesus and God, I guess it would be how long? Well, God impregnated Mary.
Right. So he must have been able to reach all the way from heaven, right?
Yeah, so it's got to be pretty big. Whereas Jesus apparently didn't impregnate anyone. So I don't know. Well, one's more effective than the other. That's an interesting conversation, the whole Mary thing.
Yeah.
And I only find it interesting because I was talking to a friend about it, and who is radically Catholic, recently, a recent convert to radical Catholicism. And he talked about having me on his show, and he said, I can't besmirch Mary because I've talked about the possibility that maybe God didn't impregnate Mary, but maybe God used Mary's impregnation by someone else, maybe either through adultery or some sort of assault, to bring about the Savior of the earth. And I think that the language allows for stuff like that. And I think even if that's not what happened, we should entertain that possibility in our discussions about it. But that's a different thing. I'm not saying that's my belief. I'm saying it's an interesting conversation before anybody jumps on me. Pony Cordero says, the only Bible text that matters are the words in red. The Old Testament is a boring account of God killing people he doesn't like. Just remember, to quote Pete Enns, by chapter 6, God kills the entire earth.
Yeah.
The New Testament words not in red are people butchering Jesus' word. Yeah, I think that's a sharp rebuke of Paul, and I think it's fair. Keck7Go says, also, as per discussed in your Patreon exclusive Discord. Oh, I see what you did there, buddy. Stop calling Mormons Mormons. It's like calling black people the word that will get your channel defunded by PayPal. They're magic pants wearing Latter-day Saints. Yes, magic underwear specifically. Keck7Go says, at the you representing trans children's rights, I doubt there are many black lawyers around rural Minnesota. Maybe that is why they would want you. I love to represent black people. Clip that out, I guess. No, I represent anyone and everyone who comes into my office in the best way that I can. Sometimes that's referring them to someone with more speciality in what they want to do. And sometimes it's saying, like, I can do this. It doesn't really jive with my personal belief system. And if that's uncomfortable for you, then I understand, but I will defend you vigorously or whatever. That's okay too. But I don't want anybody to hire me thinking they're hiring, like, if some super atheist came into my office and thought they were hiring a super atheist, I would fully disclose, no, like, I'm a Christian. I will defend you with the full weight of law behind me. But if you don't want a Christian defending you, you need to know that about me. That would be, if that was important to the person, I would certainly disclose it. Landon Mackinjames says, Nick, is your opponent tonight a Law or a Rage or a Japanese animation? Guest favorite anime. I must, as I am an autism. So Landon is my anime recommender for the channel. What is your favorite anime?
Ghost in the Shell.
Ghost in the Shell. That's a solid choice. I wasn't a big fan, but it is a solid choice. Landon, Ghost in the Shell is the answer there. He's not a Law, although he is considering as a possibility Law. And then he is a mild Rage, at least. Maybe more than a mild Rage, but so far in our Twitter interactions, there's a hint of Rage in there, which is good. I consider that a biblical virtue. You're basically a Christian.
All right. Well, technically, I probably still am. I was baptized. I was raised a Christian. One of my girlfriends was Catholic, and I went to her church quite a bit.
Were you confirmed?
No, I wasn't Catholic myself. No, I went to her confirmation.
Did you believe at one point that Christ died for your sins?
I would say probably.
Oh, then you're good. You can just, when you die, then you can just tell God that you're good, right? Like, because that's how it works.
Oh yeah.
I'm being critical of Christians.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. I don't know about the Pascal's wager sort of thing either. Like,
is it? Yeah, that kind of defeats the point.
yeah, exactly.
Weefek says almonds wants gay men. Well, I mean, I'll have to tell him. I'll message him these things immediately. Watermelon Platypus says no idea what's going on, just donating to Nick. Whoa,
nice.
whoa! And then he sent 2 giant donations. One says $100, my friend. Thank you, Watermelon Platypus. I really appreciate that. The second one was also for $100, and it says, God bless the Holy Book of Genesis. I agree. God should bless all holy books, and did, and does.
Merry Christmas.
But thank you very much, Watermelon, for those very generous super chats. I really appreciate it. And finally, Siren Jag says, in my honest opinion, politicians can claim that government needs to uphold the sanctity of marriage all they want, but the real reason they oppose marriage for everyone is that they can squeeze more income taxes from 2 single people. And I agree that that is a problem. And my proposed solution to that is eliminate marriage from government entirely. Government doesn't marry anybody. Government issues civil unions that have no implication of sexuality or relationship, and they can be engaged in by any we'll set the limit wherever we want, but for now, any 2 consenting adults, including brother, sister, parent, child, who are willing to share, and I think you can get on board with this, Mitch, share resources. If they're willing to share resources and income, then what they should get is and then therefore expenses, they should get a tax break. So if you're willing to live with another adult and take up less space on the world and hopefully have less of an impact, if that's what your decision is to do, then you should get a tax break for it like everybody else.
Yeah.
I don't think there should be any distinction between like the idea that I want to have sex with the other person when I'm entering into a government contract for a reduction of taxes.
No, I totally like, I like that. I think that sounds about right. It seems logical, reasonable, and like fits the bill.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that's all of the chats. Oh, except for Brett War says Twinkie defense equals a person's sugar diet causes murder. Oh,
I don't know.
Solid. Very good. Very good. You probably, did you send that before? Chris Howell did say triangles are useful for illustrating something that must be necessarily true a priori versus something that is true contingently. Yeah. Okay, so thank you for clarifying that up. And Watermelon Platypus, oh my God, buddy. I almost have to stop you, but you know, stop where you feel comfortable. Sent another huge donation, says, you're my friend and I'm rich. Well, thanks, buddy. I really do appreciate that very much. Of course. Thank you. Okay. So that was a lot of chats that came through. I apologize. Where were we going?
We were sort of talking about like the test of, and like how it breaks down, how you could actually have somebody like evaluate the current like colloquial meta or whatever of that denomination and kind of analyze either the preachment or the doctrine for specific either stuff that absolves you of the crime or stuff that like could attach like incitement or implementation. Like,
sure.
Like, is that?
I don't know where to go with that.
Yeah. Because I feel like it's kind of like a roadblock with the Supreme Court right now in dealing with this issue when it does become like kind of, it's not so serious when people are just getting turned away for a cake, but when you consider it's attached to.
It was necessary versus unnecessary services.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Full circle. Back to it. And good Lord, Watermelon Platypus. He says, I'm a Minnesota brother. Where are you in Minnesota? DM me or something so we can meet up and have a glass of whiskey. Oh, and real quick, before we get into necessary services, I was visited by someone from my Discord today, Lost Bullets. He donated me this wonderful Alberta Premium Whiskey. That's what I've been drinking on the stream. It came with a glass, which is kind of cool. It says Alberta Premium. You're welcome, Alberta Premium. I just did more advertising in Minnesota than you've ever done. Thanks. It's not available in the U.S. It's a great rye whiskey. I've been enjoying it very much so far on the stream. So I just wanted to give that shout out to him. Thank you for that wonderful gift as you came through. And also congrats on not having to pay the duty tax on that. Because taxation is theft. So let's go back to that. Concept of what is a necessary versus an unnecessary service. How did you want to frame that discussion? Oh, did it do the stupid? I'm sorry if my mic spiked. I will be buying a new mic. I think actually I'm going to talk to an audio expert on a good condenser mic that should be great. Otherwise, I've been reading reviews on proper mics. I know my mic is spiking. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I took it in a bag one time and it got like some dust on something. But I can't fix it. I've mitigated it to the point where I can. But I apologize. I will be getting a new mic as soon as possible. Sorry. Go ahead.
So just kind of interested in how to frame this. How do we want to declare what is actually like an essential good or an essential service even? So like, I don't know really where to go from here, how to unpack this.
Okay, so this is, of course, in the context of the cake, right? Like, ultimately. And so the question is, should, like, if I understand correctly, is there some business where we should say, okay, you don't have a right to refuse anybody? Is that the ultimate question here? Like, at what point do we draw the line and say, you don't have the right to refuse because what you do is so important? Like, for example, an ambulance. Like, if an ambulance shows up and there's a Muslim there, they've got to, and they don't like Muslims, they've got to pick them up and take them to the hospital because they're an ambulance. Is that where we are is that what we're trying to figure out?
Well, I sort of like, I kind of flip it around. What is actually the reason that this business is giving to deny a good or service? And like, certainly there's some goods and services that are non-essential, but when we declare like what is actually like an essential good or service, like you're talking about like not just medical and like law and just different like government services or whatever. You're also talking about like food, and yeah, you have different options. I just wonder at what point does it become the consumer's burden, to move on to the next step? And if there is some kind of monopoly or whatever for that good and service, like where does it break down for people? And like how does it take into consideration that their individual limitations for seeking out other things or their particular like connection to that? Like, for instance, with the cake argument, they were getting a cake for their wedding, so you could argue it's a very sentimental thing, and it's attached to the identity of their marriage or their union. If you're going to be a marriage cake artist, I feel like you should kind of consider yourself a service person, but that's just sort of what I think.
Sure.
What do you think? I mean,
my test is this. My test is what, and I'm not sure exactly how to measure this because of how screwed up our society, our economic society is. I will say that in an ideal world, in like some, I say ideal tongue in cheek, but in like an ANCAP paradise, everybody should be able to refuse whoever they want at all times. Where everybody built the business that they have entirely by the sweat of their own brow.
Right.
Okay? We don't have that. That's the big problem with that sort of perspective. I understand we don't live in that reality. So here's where I come to it. How much government intervention was required for your business to take shape? Okay, or for your business to persist? And I say this because, largely because I'm on a free speech bent in general, and I think that social media has become the new public square.
Mm-hmm.
And social media exists because government, for better or worse, has laid cables all across the country using eminent domain and using the power, their power to create infrastructure to go ahead and put these cables under the ground that social media companies require to exist. Like if there's not a line to my house that the government had a strong hand in putting there, then I don't have internet, then I don't have Facebook or Twitter, period.
Right.
So at some point, to me, there's a transition where the government that we pay for, that I'm forced to pay for, has created the level of service that you're able to provide. So at some point, there's a transition that says, okay, now you can't deny me service anymore. Now, a cake baker, we have to look at this and say, okay, well, roads exist and the government laid the roads to get to the cake baker. If that's it, though, the government laid the roads to get to every other store. What else did the government do to make the cake baker exist? That a taxpayer, for example, or someone who might be subject to be a tax. I don't want to distinguish between people who might not pay taxes or might, because everybody who buys anything pays a tax, right? So like, what level of government was required to get that business off the ground? If it's the same as every other business, I don't know that we can say that they're essential. But hospitals, for example, with ambulance services, I believe like an ambulance service, and of course with Obamacare, this conflates the whole thing. Like, can a hospital refuse service if we're required to buy health insurance that the government has determined that we all need health care? That's a hard thing to argue then, that if the government has required us to buy something to cover our health care, that we should be able to then go to that place and not be provided health care. But a cake, I understand that the government's marriage thing, like the government issues marriages, and then a cake is part of a ceremony that celebrates marriage. But I don't know that passes enough of a test that's different from the sandwich shop next door, for example.
Would you say that being denied something like that is like, is there consideration of harm in that, like psychological, or like, would you account for that? Could you account for that? Would you in court?
Well,
would you even try?
Be real. I'm a mercenary in court. So it depends on what side I'm on. That's the who's paying me to make the argument for the in-court thing. For the personal belief on what is right about that is a really tough question. Because again, like at my fundamental core, I'm a hardcore capitalist. Radical capitalism in the vein of what Ayn Rand would call, and although I don't agree with a lot of stuff Rand said, but like my ideal is like an ultimate capitalism. So then again, I would say that everybody should be able to refuse service because anybody should be able to make a competing service. That doesn't work. There's barriers to entry all over the place. Some are government, some are not. That's a different discussion. Weighing in the harm of it, though. Like, you come into my shop and I say, whoa, get out of here, you gay, or whatever. Yes, that causes harm. Do I think that harm has actionable value in court? No, I really don't. Because if I were to say the same thing to you on the street, I would be able to theoretically impose the same amount of harm. And I do believe that we have the right to impose harm on people with our words, so long as we're not at the point of like calling for violence that is actually, the test for incitement that currently exists, I think is actually a pretty good one. But outside of that, like a specific incitement of specific violence that might happen, I really don't think that weighing the value of like weighing harm done to someone through words is a province of the court. I think that's a social province to deal with. How about you?
Well, I think that I'm with you on the incitement test. I think it really depends on how that's applied to specific cases, and if those cases even go to court, if people even notice that these things are happening, or like the reasoning for them. And I would say that I'm not a free speech absolutist for that reasoning, because I believe there is a damaging line where it becomes crime. I don't know if that. I mean, I would say free speech absolutist would just be whatever. Like,
yeah, and it's an interesting position to kind of go off of that. I do consider myself a free speech absolutist, and that does mean that I have to entertain the idea of defamation being allowed.
Yeah. And
when I say I'm an absolutist on free speech, what I say, how I define it, because again, this is back to my criticism, well placed or not, of Hitchens or anybody else critical of groups of people. This is how I define it: is that I start at zero. I start with the assumption that all speech, no matter what, is acceptable, and then I go, how far do we go from that to regulate? Where do we go to stop? So for me, like the incitement test is a good one, where we say, okay, I don't want someone saying to a group of people with influence, say, let's go murder this guy, because then they might go murder that guy. Like, I don't necessarily want that.
Direct call to violence.
Right, a direct call to violence with a reasonable expectation that the violence will occur. If it's just some squirrely guy on the side of the road yelling, let's all kill this guy at everybody who walks by, there's no expectation that that's going to occur. But if you've got like an influential speaker with a bunch of his fans around him listening, and he's got them riled up, and he says, let's go kill that guy, that might actually happen. That's dangerous. I do think that defamation should be, unlawful. Like using lies to damage someone in very real ways, like economic damage, reputation damage is huge. There was one of the great defamation cases was they called a cop, a local cop, they called him like Child Molester Joe or whatever, so much that people associated his actual person, even though it was a joke at first, they started to associate his person with being a child molester. And eventually, like, it so ruined his reputation that and I don't think they even had any evidence. They just had like some old anecdotal story that he might have molested someone at some point, but they didn't have any evidence of it. And it ruined this guy's life. Yeah. So how far do we let people go with that is a good question. And I think there should be some line where it crosses. But just the mere, like, I reject your lifestyle. I reject the immutable characteristic about you. Like, even to the point of, I'm a racist and I hate you based on the color of your skin. And I want to say a whole bunch of things that follow that to really harm you. I really don't think we should punish that.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah. So there is some limit. But for me, it's always start at zero and say, where do we draw the line? And it's almost like the Supreme Court test of obscenity. I'll know it when I see it. I do think we should take that approach. Like, let's see where it is, and not like try and define it ahead of time, because if we define it ahead of time, we're gonna go too far.
I think it's fair.
Okay, so here, let me get through a couple more chats, and then I will we'll go back and see if there's anything else that we need to discuss. Let's see. So Landon Mack and James says, Ghost in the Shell is mealy. Nick, you and your guests' top 5. Landon, I'm not going to give you my top 5, buddy. We've talked about it. Well, I guess I could. I'll go with top Cowboy Bebop, because I'm a cheater. 2, Dragon Ball, all of them, because Dragon Ball is just funny and stupid and way too long. 3, Evangelion. 4, Berserk the Golden Arc. 5, Gurren Lagann.
And you've got a lot of mine on there. Like, I'm going to go for Cowboy Bebop. I'm going to go for Berserk, Dragon Ball Z. one more that I add because of sort of my military history and like some history stuff that I did in college is Rurouni Kenshin, and that talks about like the end of the Tokugawa shogunate and like kind of move into the Meiji era, and there's just a lot of historical nerd shit in that I love. So
there you go.
Yep.
Did you have any others, or are we good?
That's probably it. I'm not huge on anime. I like Akira. That's a
classic. Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of just scan, and if there's something good, I really like the new Castlevania shit. That's I don't know if you've seen that. I like that.
No, I haven't seen it, but I actually know a guy who works on the audio for it.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. Very handsome man as well. Okay, next, Watermelon Platypus. Continuing with the big chats, thank you so much. He says, I'm like 5 hours drive from you. You might be 5 hours drive from me, buddy, but we've got to meet up sometime. Like I said, we'll share a glass of, and 5 hours drive, come on, please. At some point, I'll be wherever you are in Minnesota. So I legitimately mean it. DM me sometime, and if I'm ever in your area, I'd love to meet up. And then Watermelon Platypus says, Comicsgate lives, which it does. It does, absolutely. Keck7Go says, can I say, why do they have to bully the man who refuses to make the cake? Can you really expect the cake that is not full of spit, cum, and rat poison after this ordeal? Well, that'd be gross. It's like his state does not have any other bakers at all who do wedding cakes. And that is actually a subject, if I may suggest, I'd like to go there, but I'd like to reserve that till we're done with the chats, because I think there's something to talk about there that the court didn't get to on the cake issue specifically.
Okay.
So, Keck, we're going to reserve the cake. True American Hero says, let us pray for the lost soul of the atheist. Nomine et Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Bless be to you. Peace be upon you. I don't know any Jewish prayers. Watermelon Platypus says, Nick, I will hang with you if you like. I'd love to, buddy. I love meeting people who watch my show and who interact with me on this stuff. So, like I said, DM me sometime. We can make it work. 10 p.m. Agenda says, totally disagree with your stance on social media companies being censors. Only government can censor. Prior government violations of rights, eminent domain, does not justify regulating them. I didn't say they should be regulated. That's an important distinction. I do think that they might be considered a limited public forum, but that carries with it limitations. That's not necessarily regulation. It's just requiring them. I mean, I guess it's regulation in some way, but it's a regulation that we've all agreed is okay, and it's limited. I'm not saying that everything should be allowed necessarily. What I do want is the government to stop shielding them. Because if you're a libertarian and you think it's okay that social media companies have a protection that was not intended for them, because it was written before they existed, is not available to other businesses, except for only websites, and was literally intended to prevent child porn and murder being distributed on websites, and is now being used to prevent political speech that they find unpalatable. Those protections, I think, need to be revisited. And that's not a regulation. That's a removal of government intervention. And I can't stress that enough, that that's what I want to see before anything else happens, is a removal of protections that are given to places like YouTube, Twitter, and stuff by governments. Let the court decide if Twitter wants to unperson someone, if Patreon wants to ruin someone's ability to finance themselves. Let them be subject to any other employer or contractor, or even just party to a contract that any other thing would, and let the court decide, right? Let the court say, did you enforce your terms of service consistently with how you enforce it to someone else, or was it discriminatory? Let the courts decide. Because Patreon is registered in California, and political opinion is protected in California. Patreon is only protected because the government has given them extra protections from everybody else on the planet, from every other business. The pet food dealer in California is subject to sell to someone based on their political speech, whether they agree with it or not. They have to do it. They can't say, you know what, you're a Republican, you can't shop in my store in California. That's the law there. Patreon's not subject to that law because it exists on the internet, and that law was written in 1996. And Patreon and Facebook and Twitter and YouTube, none of them existed in 1996, and none of them were employing the methods that they use now. They should be exposed to the same liability as any other either publisher or distributor. And that's a question for legislature, not me. But like, I can't stress this enough. CNN can be sued for what they put on their TV channel. Facebook cannot, even if it's the exact same thing and they have the exact same editorial process. That's crazy. That's crazy that two companies can be treated absolutely differently just because one is distributing via the internet and the other is distributing via TV. And if you think that's consistent with law, it's really not. And it wasn't ever intended for these companies, but they've used it as a shield, and it just is a lagging indicator of how long it takes to get up. So I'm sorry for ranting about the Communications Decency Act, but it's a really nefarious thing that's being used right now, and I hate it. I hate it.
In terms of it being kind of like the new public square, how do you feel about government doing something similar to like the post office in terms of creating a public alternative that fills the same role to kind of like lay a standard that other businesses have to at least meet or exceed?
In my ideal world, what would happen, this is a solution I would push for before anything else, would be that social media companies would get together and say, guys, we're about to be regulated out of our minds. We need to come up with a solution. And this, we have history for this. Building codes exist because builders said, okay, the government's about to come down hard because some buildings fell and crushed kids. We need to figure out a way, like a set of standard practices that the industry and the experts create to go ahead and we'll enforce them privately. And then what happened later is governments adopted those building codes. But if you know much about new construction, you'll know that the building codes that are being followed by people doing new home construction, for example, are beyond the building codes that are required by law because they try to be ahead of the curve. And the industry has created a set of standards based on their expertise, based on the knowledge that they gained from previous things. And they've created this list of things that they want to follow. I want social media to do that. I want social media to come together and say, look, we have to acknowledge that we're discriminating based on political opinions, based on hate speech that is defined by one side of the aisle and not the other. We're doing that. How do we avoid the government coming in and regulating us? We'll create a set of standards that we can voluntarily adopt and to make the business a better place and to give our end users a predictable experience. And once they do that, I don't know what they'll come up with. I mean, maybe they come up with like a giant lefty utopia and they decide, you know what, we're going to ban all Republicans or whatever they decide. But at least when I go onto Twitter, I know what the industry standard is and I know what to expect. Right now, they have each written in individual terms of service that they vaguely and selectively apply. And that's good for them legally. It's bad for them optically and politically. And it's getting worse by the day because this is now becoming part of, if not the outside world, but it's part of the Twitter zeitgeist to say you're banning a specific political viewpoint. And let's be honest, a racist, horrific, murderous Nazi is still a protected political viewpoint. We don't have to agree with it, but it is a protected opinion to espouse so long as you're not calling for direct violence right now against someone else. It's been protected that way specifically since 1956, but actually since longer than that. So that's my solution, is to let... I want the private solution. I really do. I don't want the government to create a social media, ever. Like, I don't want anything. I don't want them monitoring and recording social media. I don't want them doing any of that. I do want private companies to do it for themselves and set the model, because they're the experts and they're the people ultimately servicing their customers. So that's a long rant, but I don't know. Do you agree, disagree?
I sort of agree. I feel like I see an example of where that breaks down kind of personally, close to home. Here in Virginia, where we have the worst efficiency standards, I think we might be one up from the very last on efficiency standards for housing.
Sure.
We also have the highest, we pay the most rate in terms of energy. And our energy monopoly recently wrote its own regulation. And it's been strong-arming the public to be able to access information about what it does or what it's trying to do. And they've recently muscled in a lot of pipeline through our city, high-pressure pipeline, through busy intersections. And we've had to hire experts and sort of work around even our city council, who seems just unable to really find these experts, to really source, to have the like basic capacity to like check these people for legitimacy. And it's just kind of broken down. There's like just the regulation, the regulatory agencies, I would say, that would normally be in check to double check all these things are stripped thin. They're paper thin. They almost seem like PR representatives for these companies. And they're really pushing back on anybody saying anything that challenges their points.
Yeah, and of course, I'm not suggesting that the private regulation of their own companies would be the end of the solution there. It's just as a person who believes in the market to solve problems, I want the market to at least try.
Yeah.
But if they come out and they're still discriminating, then maybe, if nothing, like regardless of my beliefs, the regulators are going to step in.
Right.
Like at some point, they're going to step in. I don't know what it's going to take. I think it's going to take Twitter banning an incumbent politician running for re-election who's got power. And I think that's coming. I really do think that that's on the docket. But once that happens, Twitter will no longer be able to ban anybody, and they need to understand that. And if I were an incumbent politician, I would be just tweeting racial slurs constantly, specifically to get banned during the election cycle, because that would be the perfect excuse. Because Twitter is profiting off of political speech from public figures specifically. Right. There's some study that basically found that if Donald Trump left Twitter, Twitter loses $10 billion in annual revenue.
Wow.
Like, do you realize like what Donald Trump as president of the United States has brought to Twitter? And they're trying to claim that they're just a private entity and there's no public. I mean, they're benefiting off of the public communication of the president of the United States directly. And Twitter has banned plenty of people who have said less innocuous things than Donald Trump.
Definitely. Yep.
They will not ban someone who makes them that much money. They can't. Twitter already is in the hole on money. If they lost $10 billion in revenue, Twitter would be filing bankruptcy within a year. It's crazy to think what would happen if Donald Trump just left Twitter. Like, if only he could muster the self-awareness to do that and just go like join Gab or something. That'd be great. That'd be so funny. But that's an extreme example, of course. But my whole point is they have to know that at some point they're going to be regulated because they wield too much influence over the policy makers.
Right.
If they were to make a mishap and if they were to ban a Ted Cruz during the election cycle, and let's say they did that during this last one and Beto got elected over Ted, before Ted's out of office, you can imagine that he's proposing legislation to regulate Twitter because they influenced an election if they did that. And they literally might have. So that's a real question. I don't know where the solution is, but I want it to start in the private market and then see what happens. I really don't want government involved.
Well, I feel like that kind of like jumps off a lot of leftist positions right now with the universal basic income. That's like even gaining traction with the right wing right now, just because we live in what I'm going to call basically a pay to win society, where you pay for access, you pay for visibility, you pay for power. What does the common citizen, like the individual that starts just at square one, like consider no hereditary wealth, no like parents didn't go to college or whatever, consider the capacity for that person's like effect on the system, or just basic civilianship, consumer awareness and information, versus people at the top or people in the middle. It's a huge step up, and it's getting wider and wider and wider. And if we want a society where everybody can be self-determining entrepreneurs that kind of move in their own direction, and then we all kind of just check each other, but we all kind of stretch our own freedom to what we really want to be within reason. Like I think we're going to have to start empowering the common people.
I'll disagree that I think a universal basic income disempowers the common people. And that's like, I'm not going to get into a super lengthy debate, but what I'll say is several years ago, my wife and I went to Tahiti for wedding anniversary. It was a long-term goal. It was our 10th year wedding anniversary, and this coming year is our 15th. So it was about 4.5 years ago. We went to Tahiti. It was a goal we had from the day we got married, that we both wanted to go. While there, we went on a ATV tour, and it's a good opportunity to talk to someone who lives on this island. We were on the island of Moorea, which is not the main Tahitian island with the big city is called Papeete. Moorea is a small island. And having been to both Hawaii and Tahiti, they're very, very different places. Hawaii has resorts, fancy restaurants, multi-million-dollar homes all over the place, right? Tahiti has this pervasive poverty separated by the walls of very expensive resorts like Hilton's, Four Seasons, Waldorf Astoria, stuff like that. At least on this island. Papeete has a different dynamic because there is a big city there. So there is like a stratification of income. Right. On Moorea, it's literally the poor natives and then the rich white vacationers. Predominantly white, not all, hashtag not all whites or whatever. But no, like the predominantly wealthy, predominantly Western vacationers coming to Tahiti. And I was asking the guy, I'm like, are there any like restaurants on the island? Because there really aren't. There's your restaurants at each resort. And then you've got outside of that, the locals don't eat at restaurants because they can't afford to bring in the food. So I said, are there any like restaurants or anything? He's like, not really. Because one, we live on the ocean, so everybody can fish without a license. Two, there are chickens and goats running all over the island. You could just grab one. If you want meat, you grab a chicken or a goat and you make it. Three, there are fruit trees everywhere. Tropical fruit is in every yard, and everybody can just grab it. Like you can go grab some avocados, some star fruit. You can grab mangoes and stuff like that. They're all over the place constantly. So, and then finally, the final piece of the puzzle is that Tahiti is owned by France, and they're subject to the French social security system. So he says to me that the unemployment rate in Tahiti overall is 30%. Because if you don't want to work, you do just fine on the Social Security. We have free healthcare. We have free income from the government. And everybody already owns the land that they live on because no one can afford to buy it, really. So when you have a kid and they want to move out, you actually just partition off a portion of your land and you build them a house on that. But other than that, all of the land was given to the natives by the French government. So they literally have no economic structure. They just have a universal basic income. You can work at a resort if you want, or you can open your own shop if you want. But if you don't, you have a fallback that is just as good. And then you have free healthcare no matter who you are. And they have no motivation to work. Now, I realize it's anecdotal, and I don't mean that will happen to everywhere, but that is the end result of a society that's been owned by a government with this basic minimum provision for a very long time. And that's what's happened there.
Do you think
that's what worries me?
Do you think that people should work? Do you think that, do you think that that we should necessarily make sure there's enough jobs for everyone? Or should we just make sure the jobs that need doing are done, but that all people are sort of making ways for what they want to do with goods and resources, and also taking care of just the essential necessity, like the survival shit, you know?
Do I think we should do anything in regards to jobs? No. I think that people will create jobs because they want to make better things.
Mm-hmm.
I think that someone like me, for example, wants, because I'm greedy, I want the nicer steak. I want the prime cut of beef. I live in small town Minnesota, right? I can't actually get prime beef in my town. I have to get choice or select. It's terrible. It's disgusting. My sensibilities of being pompous are offended by the fact that I can't get prime beef. I go to the Twin Cities and I go to any grocery store and I could buy prime beef, and I look at it and it's marbled better and it's redder and it's perfect. It's beautiful. And I'm envious that I don't have that where I am. So at some point, I want to have enough money to force somebody to sell me prime beef out here that's fresh, that's not frozen, right? That's a desire that I have. I have 5 kids. I desire a bigger house, and not only that, I desire bigger land. I just moved into a much bigger house than I was living in for the past decade, and we have 8 acres of property. That makes me very happy to know that I have more property than I had before, and significantly more than I had prior to that. I like bigger and more things. That's just who I am. So my thinking is, the more people like me there are, I know I'm not alone in that. I will want, people like me will create opportunities because those opportunities make me more likely to have what I want. If there's not a butcher in my town, it's more likely that someone like me who wants a better steak will create a butcher, right? That's only logical. So do I think that we need to do this? No, I think people will logically create that, unless the worry that I have, and I don't know that this is true, but the worry that I have is that giving people enough will disincentivize them to creating more. And the nefarious thing is not the guy who would make the butcher, it's the guy he would hire, saying, I could go work at the butcher shop, but I already make enough. And then the guy who wants to make the butcher shop can't pay the guy because he already makes enough. He can't find enough workers. That's what worries me. It's not the fact that we would have enough jobs. It's the fact that if we have a universal basic income, we wouldn't have enough people.
Certain jobs.
Yeah, we wouldn't have people willing to work. Because, well,
I feel like people, if people were really that interested in that demand that they had, I feel like they'd be able to inspire people with the right kind of incentive. I feel like that might be the right kind of thing to bring in, versus just the demand, and then the forceful using money to get people to do just things that might be against their ethics, morality, agenda, whatever. I feel like it might lead to more legit connection between your company and your people, a more aligned. And are you familiar with the word technocracy?
Brief, sort of. I'm not going to claim to know exactly what is meant by. I know what my definition of it would be, and it's probably wrong. So if you could help me out with what
you're familiar with oligarchy, right? It's just an elite class controls all power.
Right. Yes. Absolutely. Oligarchy is a monopoly, but it's multiple users.
Yes.
Participating in the same sort of thing to control an industry.
Exactly. So a technocracy is basically an oligarchy where people use technology, or basically an elite class uses technology to maintain control, essentially, if you want to think of it that way. That's what my reading of it is. So if we're at a point where there really is like a very large difference between people who can put in investment capital for like larger projects, for like the kind of projects that this century is kind of like gearing up towards. I feel like there's such a steep difference between the worker class and the producer class, like that. I feel like transition through that is really a jackpot. I mean, like the ladder through that really kind of depends on many generations of hereditary wealth building up, or like I say, a jackpot.
I don't know if I agree with that, because
I mean, not in all cases. I shouldn't say that, because, you know, if you have a really good idea, you have the right like tools to get out there, it'll attract the right people. But to an extent, I feel like there's more power pushing down ideas that have not necessarily more credibility, but or value, but I don't know, than the ideas that are currently it's just like a suppression of what should be. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's enough weight that even if the majority is correct, it's overcome by a small minority because of the power difference, the ability to use power differently, and just sort of overcome that.
Sure. And I don't know that my problem with the technocracy is, and I'm going to have Mark Kern. Do you know who Mark Kern is?
I'm not familiar.
Okay. He was a producer of Diablo 2. He was a team lead of Vanilla World of Warcraft. Mm-hmm. Lately, he's been kind of outspoken about some of these sort of issues with the censorship and the Silicon Valley imposing values, sort of thing. So this is how I would kind of consider a technocracy, is when a group of elites are using, and I use elites in the fact that they wield power over the communications of people. That's how I'm defining them as elites here, not necessarily based on dollar value. Mm-hmm. But guys like Jack, guys like Mark Zuckerberg or whatever, have come together and they have a unity of opinion on what is appropriate in society. And then the worst, which is fine, the worst part of that is that they have decided that they need to impose their unity of opinion upon their users. That's where I have the problem. And so that's the technocracy I see. The problem that I come out with is that I think people can compete with Zuckerberg and Jack. I really do think that can happen. I don't think the amount of money necessary is really there. I think that they have better products. Like I'm on Gab. I never use Gab because Twitter is a better product. Like even in the ignoring the social aspect of Twitter, the functional aspect of Twitter is smoother. It runs better. It's more responsive. And that's just a better medium in that way. I think Gab can get there. But for me, like at some point, Twitter will become unusable to the point where I would have to be exclusively on Gab. Now, maybe that's banning or whatever, and I can hang out with all the Nazis. I don't know. I'm comfortable with everybody, so it doesn't really matter to me. But what was that? It doesn't really matter to me. But the problem I come into is that these guys have the ability to exclude, based on their existing business relationships, they have the ability to exclude Gab from getting funding.
Right.
And that's the terrifying aspect for me. And that's where I see the real problems. I don't actually see a problem with like an income stratification of people not being able to invest. Because I do think no matter who you are, if you've got the will, if you've got the charisma or can find someone with the charisma and you've got the idea, you can get the product. We have the ability to crowdfund anything. And we have crowdfunded blowjob machines. Like we've crowdfunded 3 now, I think, blowjob machines to the tunes of ridiculous amounts of money, considering what the product is. I'm pretty sure, like if someone could guarantee that they'd create a social network that was free from censorship and could guarantee that they'd be paid,
Yeah,
on it.
everyone fucking flocked to it.
Yeah, we'd crowdfund it, especially today. And if not today, 6 months from now, for sure, we'd crowdfund it immediately. And it doesn't cost that much to create a website.
Right. No.
The question right now is like, if you create a Gab or you create something else, in a month is Stripe, PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa, are they all going to demonetize it? And if they do, what did everybody just pay for? They paid for nothing. So I have a request for you. You're my guest, so I do need to get your approval, but I'd very much appreciate it if you did. Watermelon Platypus, who donated an absolutely absurd amount of money to me tonight, is requesting to come on the stream.
Okay.
Would you be okay bringing him on? And if so, before we do that, is there anything you'd like to discuss, just you and me, before we go ahead and get there?
I feel like that's the kind of thing I probably should have been thinking about this whole time, but not really. I'm sure we'll talk in the future. So
yeah, well, and you get to you're going to stay on during the stream, and you're welcome to engage me. And I don't know what his intentions are with what he wants to say or anything like that. But so we're going to keep the discussion going, but it'll just add another person. And so I want to make sure that if there was anything you wanted to ask me specifically without another element being involved, that we cover that before we do. But I do want to, and I'm doxing the chat here. I got it. But
since I have a second, I'll just say, girlfriend went out tonight and there was like our friends at a party or something. And she just got home recently. It's about 2 a.m. So probably got a pretty short amount of time left. So
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So I've sent the link to Watermelon Platypus. So at some point, he will join us. Right. She. Did I just assume his gender? I don't know. He's gonna come on and just repeatedly shout the N-word, says my mod. Yeah, maybe that's the case. I hope not. There's no way, guys, due to the nature of Hangouts for me to do that without like blanking out the screen. I hate doing that. Right. If you guys really want to type that in and join, I guess that'd be weird. Okay. Hold on. I need to reset my brain for a second. The whiskey just caught up. And it is good. Okay, I want to get, so we kind of covered the, oh, wait, hold on. There's a couple chats I should read. This will help me. Right. This is how I stall for time. Okay, Watermelon Platypus said, you do good work. Merry Christmas. Thank you, buddy. Where Tiger Ray says, what do you think if this woman involved in this new cake case heard about him before going to his store with the purpose of filing a complaint if he refuses service? Could he have a case of religious discrimination against her and the state? I don't think he could have a religious discrimination case, but he could suggest maybe an improper prosecution. And I think if I understand right, the attorney representing the person, basically what they did was they called this guy like 8 times asking for different types of cakes and waiting for him to say no. And that bothers me. Hey, Watermelon Platypus, speaking of the devil, you're the next chat. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Nick. I'm a big fan of yours. You guys, you talk the law. When I first found you, it was about diversity in comics.
Oh yes. Back when I interviewed him on my show.
Correct, for the first time. He did a live stream where he goes, "Oh, I'm gonna talk to a lawyer," and then someone in the chat said, "Oh, his name's Rekieta Law," and so I looked at Rekieta Law. I loved it. You were great.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, friend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been my pleasure. And like that's such a weird thing, because like getting pulled back into comics through like the legal avenue has been such a wild adventure. And of course, like getting exposed, because I had no idea that this stuff was going on in comics. Mitch, have you seen, like, have you been following the Comicsgate stuff at all?
Not at all. Not at all, to be honest.
Okay, it's this.
Go on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's just that I've been big into comics for like about 12 years. Since I was a kid. I'm 32 years old right now. And Diversity in Comics came along, and I saw you, Nick, and you were like, I got nothing. I don't know anything about comics. And it was interesting to see you kind of get absorbed in as the time went on to this guy, Richard Meyer. He didn't do anything. Is that right? He didn't do anything wrong?
I can't see what he did wrong. I mean, let's be very clear. He called a woman some mean words.
Oh, he called him a cum dumpster, didn't he?
He did, which is very rude. And Richard Meyer should be properly admonished for being rude.
Fuck, but oh no, that was rude as fuck. But he called her a cum dumpster, and by the way, she probably got her job by.
Don't you dare say being a cum dumpster. Okay, so Mitch, this is this thing that like I bought comics in the 90s, right? But I haven't bought comics probably since the 90s. And I suddenly hear that this guy, Richard Meyer, has crowdfunded a comic book to the tune of like $400,000, right? So
Go on.
Yeah, he's made.
Want to hear this?
Yeah, he's made like $400,000 on his comic book, and then what he's done after that is set up a publishing deal with a small press, Antarctic Press, the small publisher, and they've said, you know what, we're gonna publish this comic. And then a bunch of people come after them, and they say, hey, this guy is a hateful person. He called people mean words on a stream once.
Oh no! Sorry, yeah. I keep going.
You're okay.
I've been here since the beginning, and 10 years before the beginning, I can tell you everything that happened. And Richard Meyer is a hero.
Okay, so he calls a woman a cum dumpster, but specifically, he did a whole video making fun of a lot of people, a lot of different comic professionals, and he calls them a bunch of mean words. His audience actually says, you know what? You're not actually good at insulting people. This came across really cringy. Please go back to just reviewing comics, because we get what you're trying to do and you kind of failed. So he doesn't do it anymore. It's a paywalled kind of private video, but whatever, that doesn't really matter. So he did say these things. So then he does this book on Indiegogo, $400,000+, makes a ton of money, and then he sets up a publishing deal for the same book, but with a different.
What a hero!
With a variant cover to be sold in comic shops, because I've sold all these comics, probably can sell it in comic shops. Right. Publisher agrees to terms and everything. They have a thing, and like I said, people come after them, and they said, you know what? We support speech. And we get that people are mad that we're publishing this guy, and actually we know that that's the right thing to do. Now we're reinforced that we're making the right decision by publishing this guy because it's kind of controversial. Then a comic book writer.
Correct.
A comic book writer.
They said. I'm sorry. I'm going to go on.
Yeah.
The Antarctica Press agreed to publish Richard C. Meyer's comic book, and then, after it got canceled, like they pretended like nothing happened. But what happened was Mark Waid said, this is a hateful person, blah 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 blah, and Antarctic Press said, oh, well, we still support this person. They say we hate this person, and that's why we're publishing him. They said that was why they're publishing him. I'm sorry, go on.
Right, and so...
I'm drunk. I'll get better.
No, that's fine. Me too.
My friend.
Me too.
My friend.
Yeah, Mark Waid is a guy who's been writing for Marvel Comics for decades. Respected in the industry. He
Total
sees...
piece of shit. Total piece of shit.
Wow.
Go on.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. Total pile of garbage. But anyway, so he says, oh my goodness, this small publisher, they probably are too stupid to understand who they're dealing with. They probably haven't looked into it, despite the fact that the publisher has already said at this point, a lot of people are complaining and we're doubling down and saying we know we're doing the right thing. So then Mark Waid says, listen, I'm going to give them a call because they don't know who they're dealing with. Mark Waid gives them a call, and then immediately...
What a motherfucker.
Immediately after this call, the contract gets canceled. So this is where we are now, where a comic book writer, a very influential guy, does conventions, goes to shops and sells his signature to people and stuff like that. Comes out, he's written major Marvel properties, Daredevil, all sorts of stuff like that. He comes out and he says, whoa, wait a minute. Do you know that this guy called this woman some nasty names? Now, he actually says a bunch of other things, and we only know this. We only know what he said because he then did an interview with a comic blog called Bleeding Cool. And he did a very extensive interview with him where he gleefully expressed exactly what he said in the conversation. So we only know what Mark Waid said because of what Mark Waid said in the interview. And he tells them, yeah, I had to let them know who this guy was. I told them, whatever decision they made was fine, but if they, we could go ahead and publish an article about it and talk about the decision that they made and all this stuff. And I wasn't trying to get his book canceled, but I just really wanted them to know what they could expect from the mob of people that were about to attack them.
Oh.
So that's what happens.
Mark Waid is absolutely fucked. Absolutely fucked.
So yeah, this happens, and then Richard Meyer comes on my show. I don't know him from Adam, and I think that's a Bible saying. I don't know if that's true.
That's how I met you.
Yeah, and so I have him on my show, and I'm like, I talk to him, and he kind of tells me the story. I'm like, oh my God, this is wild. And we have this kind of awkward interview. I'll fully admit it was very awkward.
He's a very awkward guy.
Yeah. And so then the next day, what I did was I took the interview material, and I took what I found online, and then I did a video laying out the legal case that he had. And then at that point, Richard Meyer saw that video, and he's like, oh my God. And he tweets that out. And then suddenly both of those videos spiked to a bunch of views. Which was kind of weird. And then from that point on, he kind of generated a lot of buzz, but then it kind of quieted down. That was back in May. And then
months before that too. He's at like 30,000 viewers before he saw you, but now he's at like 90,000.
Right. And so then come October, he ends up suing Mark Waid based on kind of the legal theory that I had laid out. He found another lawyer that I guess agreed.
As he should.
Yeah.
Mark Waid should die in poverty.
But so this is interesting in the context of what is permissible speech, and that's why I'm telling this story. So, like, not to bog you down with the comic book topic, but what is permissible speech here? Like, Richard Meyer is criticizing comics. He's criticizing comic creators very openly and sometimes very offensively. If we look objectively, like calling a woman a cum dumpster calls into all sorts of implications about who she is.
No one's talked about the cum dumpster comment, and what it was he heard rumors because he had people at Marvel talking to him, and they told him that such and such person got their job via being a cum dumpster.
Yeah.
Oh, what an embarrassing thing to have people say about you. It really is awful. Like no joke or bones about it. It really is awful. It's an awful insult, but at the same time, and I would absolutely use it. Make no mistake. I use awful insults all the time, and people deserve every single insult I dole out. But that said, Mitch, I kind of want to get, you're coming into this fresh. You haven't been following the story. Like, what is the bounds of what someone, like some guy on YouTube, just picture some guy on YouTube coming in and saying things about someone else. At what point does that, if ever, does that translate into saying, okay, now we have justification for interfering with this guy's business for the foreseeable future?
Right. So I would maybe say that it comes down to the fact that you also have to weigh not just financial capital, but also social capital. And like, if you're talking about specific claims about a person's, how they like came to like their authority or their power, or got their job or whatever, you're kind of changing the rhetoric. You're kind of creating a narrative about somebody that could change their value, to the market or
Sure.
their perceived value. And I mean, that's not just money, that's also social capital. There's different aspects of capital. There's different aspects of harm, not just psychological harm involved there. So.
Okay. So like, but then the thing that follows is, at what point, okay, so we might suggest that he calls a woman a terrible name.
Mm-hmm.
That impacts their social capital, that impacts their ability to be hired, maybe, for example, causes her harm. So she has a claim against him, right? Like, hypothetically speaking.
Right.
She at least can say, this person caused me damage, and take that to court, and then a court can say, yeah, maybe he did, or maybe he didn't.
Right.
Okay.
Well, considering also that, I mean, with this case, it seems like he's kind of above her, like in terms of maybe spending capacity or fame or anything like that. Does he have the potential to outspend her with representation?
Who, Meyer?
Oh,
so the Diversity in Comics, Richard Meyer's Diversity in Comics, sorry.
Versus the person that was potentially slandered or libeled.
Well, I think, does he typically have the ability to outspend her? No, he's a normal guy. However, due to the recent success of his book, unrelated to the comments he made about her, actually, I think post-dating significantly the comments he made about her, he did come into like $400,000 of new income. That's what I've talked about is like, let's say you're a high income earner. Well, if you're consistently a high income earner, you tend to spend a higher amount. Like you have a lifestyle that adapts to that income. He did not. And so suddenly he gains $400,000. So he's uniquely positioned for litigation at that point. Right. However, that was long after the comments were made. Right. This isn't like Elon Musk making fun of a janitor, right? This is someone who's an industry insider with a job versus someone who has a job outside of the industry and also happens to comment on YouTube. So at the time the comments are made, we can put them on equal litigant footing for all intents and purposes.
Well, here's my thing with that. I just kind of feel like it comes down to like precision and accuracy of your language. Like, is what you're saying true, even if it's an insult? Like, maybe we should go back to actually evaluating the claims that we're giving. And if we're lying about people, maybe we should consider that more of the aspect of the crime, because that's kind of where, falsifying, a claim about somebody else really kind of turns into that damage. So probably lying.
Sure. So the question would be like, is he lying about them? And then with defamation, it always comes down to, is he giving an opinion that is, we'll say, there's oddly a legal term for this. It's called rhetorical hyperbole. Mm-hmm. So is him saying she's a cum dumpster a literal opinion that she is a receptacle for male reproductive fluid, or is he saying that she has progressed in her career based on the merits of her sexuality, or even based on her status as an attractive woman, or a woman that's attractive to a certain group of people? And those are questions I think that are reserved for the courts. The weird thing in this is that she didn't bring the issue. Someone else did, right? Mark Wade because of course, like a cis white male has to come out and save all of the minorities or women that are around. He decided to take the mantle upon himself to go ahead and advocate on behalf of the woman who should be more insulted than she may have been.
Right.
That's a mild joke, but that just seems to be a common theme these days. But I do have to go through a couple chats real quick. This is just kind of background stuff. I don't know. And by the way, if you need to go at any point, feel free to ditch us losers and go hang out with your lady.
Let's say like maybe another 10 minutes or so.
Sounds good. Let's see. Watermelon Platypus, that's you, buddy, says, may I talk with you? And then you donated an additional $10. Thank you so much for that. Siren Jag says, oh, and some people sleepwalk on Ambien, but not me. I sleep order stuff on Amazon. My new set of stress balls will be here Sunday. Good luck with those. When you get the bill for those or when you read your credit card statement, just squeeze them a little harder. 10 p.m. Agenda says 230C doesn't protect them from contract suits. Maybe, probably not. But maybe. I think I don't know that the bounds of Section 230 have actually been tested. It's a generalized immunity, and it's really, I think it's probably a pretty interesting thing. Like in a vacuum, it's interesting what they could attach to it. In reality, I think it's terrifying. Watermelon Platypus says, my lawyer. Thanks, buddy. Landon Mackinjames says, my top 10 from 10 down to 1. This is his top 10 anime. Anohana, Just Because, Real Life, No Dame Cantable, Space Patrol Luluko, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, Rakudai Kishi no Cavalry, the Love Live series, Tennis no Ouija Sama, and then Go Sick. Okay, buddy.
The only thing I recognized was Gurren Lagann.
Yep, me too. You're okay. Landon is deep into anime. Keck7 Go says, keeping fingers crossed so you can use your land to grow weed and defend it with you, your wife, and your kids armed with AR-15s against trespassers. I doubt there's much gay marrying in your libertarian land. Not going to make the hope your kids turn gay jest. If my kids turn out gay, that'll be an interesting road to cross. But I don't have any problem with gay people, whether it's inherent or a choice. I honestly don't care anymore. I used to, but then I thought about it more and I stopped. Tillip says, does this is for you, Mitch, actually think Ben Shapiro inspires radicalization and violence? Lol.
Yeah. Okay,
so you do. I want to come back to that in just a second. Christopher Nelson is, how problematic is my doxing of Sasha's teacher? I don't think it's problematic at all. Teachers are state employees. What they say should be subject to scrutiny, in my opinion. And the fact that they are saying it to children that we pay them for through taxes means that the parents of people, the society at large, should be determining how we educate children. So to me, I think the problematic doxing of, if by doxing you mean releasing his name, I don't think that's a problem. Sasha and I were both very clear that he was not of the impression that this teacher should undergo any sort of like disciplinary action or like being fired or something, but maybe that this should just open up a conversation. I don't think it's problematic, but that's me. Are you familiar with that at all? Critical?
I don't think so.
Okay, so real quick, there's a kid who recorded like 40 seconds of video of his history teacher. He's 14 years old. He's in 8th grade middle school. And his history teacher says, liking, sharing, and retweeting of PewDiePie is supporting anti-Semitism and endorsing anti-Semitism. And if PewDiePie were to be liable criminally and fined for his anti-Semitic comments, and you liked or retweeted something he said, you could also be fined and liable for those comments. Wow. So this is what the teacher said. He recorded him saying it and then just posted it pretty much like without much commentary on Twitter. And of course, I think that's ridiculous, but
yeah, that's egregious. That's just like a blatant misuse of authority.
Right, exactly. To me, like this guy's status as a teacher of middle school children, he has no reason to be discussing this. Like you're a history teacher, teach history. Like if you really hate Nazis, for example, like because he's calling PewDiePie a Nazi. If you really think that the kids need to learn about Nazis, teach about Nazism. It's horrible. Yeah. It's absolutely a horrific part of human history. And you can teach about it all you like to warn these children about the dangers of Nazism in the context of teaching a history class. That's your perfect opportunity there. I think he went too far, and I think that we as a society have a duty to comment on it. Now, I don't think this guy should be fired because I don't believe in going after people's jobs. And I don't think this guy should be harassed or like threatened or anything like that. But I do think we should have the ability as a society to weigh in on what's being taught in public schools specifically. That's just me. Weefek says Musk will go to space with his foreskin as a propellant.
Did you hear how the new Tesla is going to have CO2 boosters? Or not CO2, I think it's just going to be like compressed air or something.
Okay.
It's like for the performance package on the one that's going to be like faster than 1.9 seconds, 0 to 60.
So it's going to have like a pneumatic booster to the electric engine?
It's going to have compressors that build up air, and then it actually just releases it out the back. Weird. I guess it's going to have boosters. It's weird, like some freaking Inspector Gadget shit right there.
Crazy. Elon Musk is hilarious to me.
Yeah, he's funny.
But Watermelon, are you still with us, buddy? I think he may have passed out. People are asking me to unmute him. He's not muted. He may have passed out on stream, and if he is, God bless him and peace be upon him. Well, man, I don't know. Do we have anything further you wanted to discuss? I mean, I think we've made some progress here in clarifying each other's positions. The medium of Twitter, of course, is a problem for discussion because like you get multiple threads that get going and you're responding to one while the other person is responding to the other three, and you get this weird thing. But I mean, I think we definitely have disagreements, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I think I definitely won because I'm biased. So this is my channel, so screw you, I win. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm literally just kidding. No, but I think you bring up some interesting points, but and maybe and this probably isn't fair to you, but I think maybe you misunderstand where I am in my Christian walk, because I'm in a very different place than like a mainstream. I go to a mainstream evangelical church, but I'm in a very different place from a mainstream evangelical Christian in that I've gone through a process which a bunch of heretics would call deconstruction.
Yeah.
And I'm probably still there somewhat. I try not to be. Like I try to get into reconstruction and to change and to like start building back into my faith. But I do hey, Watermelon, you're back.
I am back.
Okay. Real quick, I'm kind of giving a synopsis, and then you and I can talk for a while too. But
I've been listening.
Okay, good.
Oh.
I am at this point where I like look at how evangelicals view the Bible, view Christianity. I don't actually think a lot of it is correct or appropriate, and I'm willing to be very critical of Christian thinking. And then, of course, as a lawyer, I'm not in a place where I think that Christianity should receive special treatment in any sort of way. We may have different perspectives on how the gay cakes or whatever turned out, but what I think, where I focus on that decision, is on the idea that the court says that we have a protection for religion, for better or worse. We have this thing, and these guys didn't do it. And if they had just done it, maybe it'd be different. Sorry, Watermelon, did you have...
Is this a question for me? So,
it can be.
I'm a hardcore Christian.
Good. Yeah. Okay, talk about it. Where'd you go? You're like a hardcore Catholic because you're drinking enough. No, I'm just kidding. Because I'm drinking too. Okay, we'll wait for him to pop back in. I think maybe he's got connection issues. I'm not muting him, by the way. Love Watermelon Platypus very much. Okay, so for me, and maybe you didn't know this about who I am when we're engaging. And Twitter isn't a good place to discuss this stuff in general, in my opinion. But I'm not like at that point where I want Christianity to have some like prominent role in government or to have some special protection in the court. I would actually suggest that like in my ideal world, there is no tax exempt organization or anything like that, including like Christian churches or whatever. I think that if you're going to tax anyone, you should tax everyone equally.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think my donations to a church should be taxed, personally. Mm-hmm. But well, Watermelon, what did you?
If 10% is good enough for the Catholic Church, 10% is good enough for the federal government. Yes. Minnesota Lutheran Christian, as you probably know about.
I'm familiar with them.
Yeah, Garrison Keillor called us the Dark Lutherans.
Well, that guy, let me say, that guy's a cum dumpster.
Oh, he got hit. He got hit with me too, as well.
Oh, did he?
Yes,
good.
he did.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Hardcore. He was front page of the Star Tribune. Oh, it was bad. But my wife. I'm sorry if I'm going on and rambling. I keep cutting out. I'm sorry for that.
You've been quiet for like 10 minutes. You have a few minutes to talk. Don't worry about it.
I haven't been quiet. I keep talking it, and then my computer keeps cutting out. No, I have a wife that was adopted to the Dark Lutherans of Minnesota, as we have here. Garrison Keillor called us the Dark Lutherans, and it is true. We are the is it Missouri Senate Lutherans that we have here in Minnesota?
I have no idea. That's like the inner workings of the Lutheran Church are something that I am so littly interested in. I have to work with a bunch of Lutherans on one of the charity boards that I serve on, cool. And like they're so confusing to me. They're all very nice, but I just don't understand them.
I love all the Christians. I don't care. I remember my grandma was like, they were the wrong kind of Lutheran.
Oh yeah.
Like what? What the fuck is that? I'm sorry for the language. I don't know what to say. Nick, I can talk about comic books for hours on end if you want.
We can do that in a little bit. Let's wrap up with Mitch, because I know Mitch wants to get out of here as fast as possible and go hang out with a real person who he chooses to hang out with, yes. Which I do not blame you for. The only reason I'm still here is everyone I know is asleep.
Nick, get kicked out, and then I want to talk. I want to talk to Rekieta.
Yeah, we can
for like an hour.
I don't know about an hour. But we'll see what we can do. We'll see where it goes, buddy. You
want to learn about comic books? I know everything about comic books. I know everything about Ethan Van Sciver. I know everything about this shit.
We'll do that in a minute. Let's okay. let me get through a couple more chats, and then we'll let Mitch have a final word on anything he wants to say on the debate, because I always want to give my guests the final word and anything. I feel that that's appropriate since the channel is inherently going to
Correct.
Be my territory. They will get the final say.
Mitch, who are you? I loved hearing you talk. Who are you?
Thank you. I don't know. I guess I'm just.
He's the Critical Retort. You of course know who you are.
Critical Riposte.
Report! God dang it! Riposte. Why do you do this to me, Mitch? It's your fault.
I'm sorry.
Watermelon. When you go back and check this out later, All of his links are in the description. You can find his Twitter, you can find his YouTube channel, and you can find his Patreon. So if you like listening to him on here, go check out his YouTube channel and certainly show him a little love and subscribe to him and stuff like that.
My friend, please subscribe to Mitch. What's your last name, Mitch? What's your channel?
The Critical Retort.
Critical
Riposte.
Critical
The Critical Riposte.
The Critical Riposte, my
it's
friend.
stuck in
Mitch.
my brain. Oh
The
my
Critical Riposte. The Critical Riposte. The Critical Riposte.
It's gonna help.
The Critical Riposte.
Repost. It's a fencing maneuver. It just means
I know.
It's a fencing maneuver, and I'm an offensing host. Oh my god.
God damn, you got long hair.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Let me get through. There's two more chats.
Go on, please.
Okay. Landon Mac James says, deep into anime, I've only seen almost 700. Well, buddy, you better kick it up and get it to 700. Why are you slacking? Keck7 says, I was raised Lutheran. What are dark Lutherans? Keck, come on. Does everything have to be racist here? And he says, like the Dark Mechanicus for the War Master. No, it's the Lutherans that the other Lutherans don't talk about.
The Dark Lutherans are the Minnesota Lutherans that Garrison Keillor talked about. We are Missouri Senate Lutherans that everyone else abandoned. That's what a Dark Lutheran is.
Sounds good. All right. Okay. Let me give Mitch a minute or a couple minutes here. However, like not 1 minute. It's not a strict limit here. Take a minute. If you have any final words on our discussion, debate, if you want to say, haha, I beat you, you loser, or whatever, that's fine too. You get the final say. So go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I just really appreciate you inviting me on here, and I definitely noticed the nuances that you're grasping at from like your background with law, and I've seen the deficiencies, like where the things have gone wrong, and it's interesting like how you characterized or how you described sort of what happened with the Colorado situation at that level, and like I'm willing to agree with you about what happened there. And I think that it just kind of leads to a greater conversation about, how we deal with this, because I don't think that banning is the right decision. I don't think that we should be policing the types of ideas and things that people can actually have access to, to a reasonable extent with like the child porn, murder, incitement kind of stuff. But I will say that I just wonder what society would look like if, instead of, acting or, push an agenda based on belief, you actually had to prove to others beyond reasonable doubts before you move forward.
It's called the United States of America. That's called the criminal justice system. No, but what we happen to do is...
Wait a minute, you're not supposed to... This is supposed to be his last word.
I'm sorry, Mitch. Go on, Mitch.
Let me ask Mitch...
Start listening.
Let me ask Mitch for consent for you to talk. Because, again, I will give him the last word. But if you want to... he has to consent to this. Because that's how this goes. Mitch, are you okay with Watermelon responding to what you said?
Sure. Try to make it like a minute or so.
Yeah, because he needs to go, man. This guy's got a lady to get back to.
I'm not bad. My name is Ryan. I'm a friend of yours, Mitch. What you said is like, oh yeah, people should do A, B, C, and D, but that's not what happens. Is that we have the public prosecution through things like Twitter or just the public venue, where if you say something that may be wrong or may be right, people come at you.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in the criminal justice system. I believe in the right and wrong. But what about if you, Mitch, what if you said, hypothetically, I don't believe a homosexual should get married. I don't think they should be allowed to be married to each other. What happens? What happens to your life? Should you be allowed to have a job again?
Yeah, I totally think that, you know, I don't believe in marking people. I believe in restorative justice. I believe in rehabilitation. I think that people, I don't know, people are.
But that's not the way the world works. Welcome to Comics Gate.
Sorry.
Fair enough.
No, that's he's welcoming you into the circle. If you don't think people should, if you think people should be able to have a job after they say something offensive, you're good. You're in, buddy.
But what is offensive as well, Nick?
Everything is offensive.
Everything is gonna.
Correct.
What's your favorite cereal, Mitch?
Cereal, shit.
Oh, how dare you! You just called cereal feces. Disgusting. Get out. You're fired. No, I'm just kidding.
Give me 10 seconds. I'll be back. Go.
I'm Cocoa Puffs or something. I don't know, man.
Let me help you. Let me help you. Go to your Walmart. I don't know where else sells this other than Walmart, and it's only during Christmas. You've got a limited edition Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
All right, there you go. I like that.
Called Sugar Cookie Toast Crunch. It is absolutely delicious, and it has like less sugar than grape nuts, so you're good.
Oh, damn. All right.
Go try it out. It's delicious.
I will definitely check that out.
But let me let you go though, buddy. You've been very gracious. You've hung around for a long time.
Thank you.
I know you're on the East Coast, and things are an hour ahead of even me, and it's already late here. So please, and know this about me. If I respond to you on Twitter and it sounds like I'm being horrifically rude, I'm probably just laughing, and I don't mean to be rude.
Gotcha. All right. But it's definitely the kind of thing that's just hard to know across technology.
Yeah. Of course.
Put that intent behind it.
Yeah, and I am open. Like, I am open to any subject at any time. There's nothing sacrosanct or off limits for me. Like, I mean, if you want to say that the Jews made up Jesus dying for a reason, like, I'll entertain it, and we can talk about that too. Like, whatever you want to be. Like, I'm not the kind of guy who says, look, this is a subject that we just really can't discuss.
Right.
The only thing I won't discuss is like the names, ages, and fears of my children and their daily routines.
Nick, what do you think about the Jews?
I have no problem with
the fuck was that?
I have no problem with the Jews other than that they killed Jesus, those dirty scumbags. No,
You're Mel Gibson Christian.
Which Hitchens would be mad at me for saying that, I guess. Well, even though they said it themselves in the book written by Jews. No, I'm just kidding.
Christopher Hitchens was a historical Christian. Go on.
Is he
Mitch,
dead?
Peter Hitchens is dead.
Yes, he is.
His brother.
He passed away.
Christopher Hitchens is dead? You sent me the video of a dead man? How dare you?
I did. That way we can just talk. We just say whatever we want, right?
Yeah, well, good. I'll go dance on his grave and put a Bible on it and pee on him and stuff. I think he'd want that, though.
He might. He probably would. He maybe would.
No, I mean that genuinely. He seemed like a guy who was open to it.
He was a free speech absolutist. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, man. It was good being on. I appreciate you inviting me on here.
Yeah, of course. So
let's do it again another time.
Yep. Have a good one, man, and go spend some good quality time with the missus. And
appreciate it.
We'll talk to you at some time in the future. Thanks.
All right, man. Merry Christmas. Thanks all.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Merry Christmas to you. Peace.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Okay, Nick, I'm half drunk, but I know comic books like a motherfucker.
You're only half drunk. I'm like 3/4 of the way there.
I'm a Minnesota band like you, and I gotta wake up at 6:30, go to work. But I'm like half drunk. I want to talk about comic books. I've been there since Richard Meyer's 4th video, and Ethan Van Sciver's 1st video.
Wow.
And I've watched every single video those two men have ever done. I love it. I love it. And I've excuse me. I've what are your questions about comic books?
I don't have questions about comic books. Let me think. What have we got?
So my opinion about Richard C. Meyer is that he's done absolutely nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing. He came on.
Would you say then he is Hitler?
Absolutely not. No, he's a good man.
But I've heard so many times that Hitler did nothing wrong, and now you're telling me that Richard Meyer did nothing wrong. I need to know if Richard Meyer is Hitler because they both did nothing wrong. Like what? Where are we on that?
You know, it is horrific that people in the comic book industry say Richard C. Meyer is a white supremacist. You know how that is so horrific. He's got a life, he's got children, he's got a job he's got to do.
He's got children, none of which who are fully white, right?
Correct. No, he's got a half Mexican child and a Muslim child, an Arabic child who wears a hijab.
I think we can solve this though. I think we can solve this. If Richard Meyer, if we could force him to find a white lady attractive, and we could get him to impregnate a white lady, like, I don't know, maybe a certain anti-Comicsgate person who really, really wants to sleep with Richard Meyer, for example. And just has an irresistible lust for him. Maybe we could get him to throw a pity bone and some obviously superior man juice into that person, which will definitely impregnate them in one shot, because he's a sniper, right? I don't know if he's actually a sniper, but he's a good marksman, I can tell.
He doesn't reveal a whole lot of his personal life, but what you can gather is that he does have a girlfriend.
Yeah, but I don't care about his girlfriend that exists. I need him to impregnate, because I know she's not white. I need him to impregnate a white lady so that he will have a white child, and then we can see if he treats that child better than the other children. I think that should be court ordered. Mark Waid should probably argue for it.
You know, on a serious note, it is horrifying that they call him a white supremacist. The people in the comic book industry, I'm talking about G. Willow Wilson. I'm talking about Mark Waid at Marvel Comics. I'm talking about the president of Marvel Comics, Joe Quesada, comes on Twitter and says bad shit about him. That is horrifying.
Let me take issue with you there, because I think you're dismissing Joe Quesada's, that's what you called him, his ethnic background and his preferred pronoun of Joe Quesadilla. So we need to be respectful of his heritage and who he is, because don't you know that he is comics, you hater?
Well, here's the thing about Joe Quesadilla is he is dumb as a rock. His only politics are that George Bush lied, children died. He's a dumb motherfucker. He's got no politics except for George Bush era politics. He went on to what's the guy who did what's the guy on Comedy Central who did a show aside from
Jon Stewart?
Aside from Jon Stewart.
Like the guy who played Mo Rocca, the guy who's doing the Late Show or whatever.
The guy who does the dumb Jon Stewart, and he's got a stupid name.
Oh, Trevor Noah?
No, the white guy. He's CBS. He's CBS.
Okay, yeah, he was from The Daily Show. He was what's that guy's stupid name? God, I hate all these people.
Either way, whatever his name is, Joe Quesadilla went on his show during the 2006-2007 Marvel event, and badmouth President Bush. Basically, that was what he did, and that's all.
Stephen Colbert.
Colbert.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
You got it. He went on Colbert's show, and he hung up the Captain America shield. And Colbert still has the Captain America shield up in his background because of Joe Quesada going on there and and mounting it. And just like I said, Joe Quesada's politics are Bush lied, children died, and that's it. He said some dumb things. He's done some dumb things. He doesn't have any politics beyond that. There's an article about Captain America after 9/11, where what Joe Quesada said was the majority. Joe Quesada. I know. I'm going. Joe Quesada said that the majority of American troops that have passed away in the Iraq War were the majority were blacks because the American government is racist, and it's factually wrong.
Yeah, that's a weird claim to make. Oh, someone's making fun of my modem. It's not my modem's just fine. How dare you, Headrock, make fun of my modem? I have like 100 megabit service, or no, 100. I have 1 gigabit service now. What's
Nick,
up?
I'm gonna keep going, but I want to talk to you when I'm more sober, and I want to go into the comic book history and the comic book people and what they've said that's wrong.
Yeah, I think we could do a stream sometime. I'm okay with that. And like really get into it.
Fuck, I'm a Minnesota guy. I'll go drive down and see you. I'll have a bourbon.
Yeah, you could come in the vault and we'll sit and drink on camera together and talk this out. That'd be fun.
Like I said, my name's Ryan. I like you.
Yeah, well, I like you too, and it's not just because of the money. What do you do? Like,
for a living?
Yeah, because you got to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Like, don't get specific. Obviously, like, don't dox yourself in any way or
Correct.
anything. But like,
I will not. I will not.
What industry are you in? That you're working on this Saturday.
I manage a restaurant.
Oh, well, that'll do it. Must be a good one.
I manage a restaurant, but I do a very good job at it, and so I make over $100,000 in bonuses a year, plus, yeah. So that's why I got a little bit of money.
Yeah. Okay, you said you're okay. Don't say this on stream. I'm curious what kind of restaurant, because I like food more than anything else on the earth. I like food.
Correct. Me too. I cook like a motherfucker. I make the best steaks in the world. You better believe it.
We're gonna have a steak off. Okay, so I just bought a new house, and I finally have a gas range in my house because I've been stuck with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been stuck with electric for a decade. Well, no, I've been stuck with electric for 25 years. And I've wanted to just jump off of every building I can find. And then
there's a huge difference. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm buying this house, and it's got a gas range, and in the middle there's this grate, and I'm like, oh my God, does this have an indoor grill on it? And so then I come back for the final viewing of our house, and I check it out, and I realize, no, it's a fan. It's not an indoor grill. And I was the most depressed person I could imagine over this stupid thing that really doesn't matter that much. But I'm like, I thought I had a grill inside.
No,
for the winter.
Your kitchen matters very much. You got a grill in the center. I got a grill on my deck, and I got electric in my kitchen.
Well, no, this is the beauty of it though. So we move into the house, and it's like 5 days into us living here, and because we just moved in November 30th, right? So this is we're only like 23 days into living in this house. But we're like 5 days into living in this house, and I look up in one of the cupboards, and there's these weird looking grates, and I'm like, what are these iron things? and then I realized that if you take out the burners, which just pop out, there's a grill set that you plug in. You just pop in the grill thing, or the grill burners, which looks like a W or whatever, and you can throw grill grates on top. And I actually do have a grill inside my house and a griddle. They have a griddle plate too. It's my favorite thing on earth.
I got a grill on my deck, but when I cook steaks or pork chops, I still do it inside the house because I do a cast iron skillet.
Yeah. I love the cast iron, of course.
As a chef, there's nothing better than than having a gas a burner. You don't want electric, you want a gas.
Yeah, of course. You gotta have that immediate control over the level of heat that's going into your pan. Period.
Correct.
Okay, wait a minute. Someone is saying that you need to come to the Warski fight in Knoxville. Are you familiar with this thing?
Yeah, Warski and
Tonka.
Tonka are gonna have a boxing match. I don't care. I'm so new to this shit. I don't care.
Yeah, you don't need to care to go and watch. Think of it this way. And by the way, like I've had full disclosure. I've had Andy on my show, and Andy has been very nice to me. So I know.
I know. And Andy Warski's a nice guy. Correct.
Yeah, I have not had Tonka.
Tonka's a nice guy as well. So they're like fighting over I don't know what.
Well, I just want to point out that I just want to point out that I've had Andy on the show. Tonka is invited on the show, and I've talked to Failure, Tonka's co-host or whatever, briefly. They are not like disinvited. They're always there. I will invite someone to come on and tell the counter story, of course. Absolutely. I have no personal problems with them. However, I've talked to Andy and interacted with him, and he's nice to me, so people think I have a bias. And I'm going to say this with all the love in the world to both of them. When two internet dummies get together and want to fist fight it out, I don't care who they are or what it's about. I, of course, want to see it. Of course I want to see Andy Warski fight Tonka. And I hope one of them obliterates the other one in brutal and economical fashion. That will be hilarious. And I want the crowd to cheer. And I think
I'm like so baffled because like people are talking like is Tonka Saw in a wheelchair?
I think if I can surmise this, Tonka had some injury a long time ago to his back, but he is not in a wheelchair.
Is he a wrestler? Is that his profession?
I think he just has the kayfabe game about being a wrestler, or maybe in a past life he was like a semi-pro wrestler or something. But I've seen the pictures I've seen of him. He's not a big guy, and I have met semi-pro wrestlers, and they're just as big as pro wrestlers, right? They're all roided out and huge. He is not. Yeah. He's not from the pictures I've seen, but I don't know when those pictures were taken. I've
never seen a picture of the man. I have no idea. But you've seen pictures, and he's like a big guy. He's not a
big guy. He's a little guy.
I know steroid guys. I go to the gym. It's like is he like a steroid guy?
No. He's little.
Is he big?
He's probably like 160 pounds, if I had to guess. 150, 160 pounds.
He's gonna fight.
And Warski doesn't look like a little guy. I mean, it's always hard to gauge over the internet, but Warski looks like he's thicker than Tonka for sure. I don't know if he's taller or not, but Warski looks a little more built than him. But who knows?
Yeah, but Warski is smoking pot 24/7. You ever watch his streams? He's always bad. He went on Comic Skate related. He went on John Malin.
He went on Malin? That's a weird crossover. I'm with it.
Malin went on a stream, and Malin is the artist of Jawbreakers. And then Richard Meyer was supposed to go on a stream, but Richard didn't make it because Richard's got whatever.
He's got stuff happening.
No, he's antisocial. So period.
Yeah. Well, the stuff happening maybe antisocial personality disorder, which basically makes him a serial killer.
Yeah, he's pretty much a serial killer. So when Richard didn't go on Cecil, do you know Cecil? Cecil went on. So there's a 2 hour Worski stream with John Malin and Cecil.
Oh,
Early
wow.
Cecil. And it's hilarious. And Worski lost his shit talking to Cecil because they were talking about all the stuff that's going wrong with Marvel Comics with you know, this is the lesbian transvestite character, blah, blah, blah. And Cecil just started listing that stuff off, and Worski lost his shit laughing at it. Like, is this real? Is this real?
Yeah, it because if you're outside of the comics industry, you can't believe it.
So like I'll talk. I know my comics bullshit. And Cecil knows his comic bullshit, and so like he'll talk about his inside knowledge, but how do you get outside people into it? Like Worski. So when like Cecil and Balin go on Worski, what do they talk about? They go, Iceman got turned into a gay character, and like that. It's like if you describe the comic in honesty, if you describe the Iceman gay comic, it's hilarious as fuck. It's so bad, and that's what Richard Meyer does.
Yeah,
But
no one explained it to me, but I read just the other day someone finally like explained what happened. And am I right in this? In that
yeah,
Jean Grey
yep,
psychically turned him gay.
correct. And you know what? Who cares? Who fucking cares? I don't care if Iceman's gay. I don't care if Jean Grey turned him gay. I don't care if Wolverine's a lesbian.
So like
I
Jean
don't
Grey's
care.
a reverse Mike Pence,
What
basically.
the what the real what the real problem is, what Ethan Van Sciver talks about and what Richard Meyer talks about is these people work in the industry. I draw comic books for a living, or hypothetically, not me, but I draw comic books for a living. Comic book shops are shutting down by the hundreds. That's the real problem.
Right.
Uh, uh, if you're an artist, you used to make maybe $100,000 a year. Now, you're a 45-year-old man and you make $20,000 a year. That's the problem with comic books. They don't make any money, and they sell this bullshit, and it doesn't actually sell. So
Yeah.
they just hire cheaper and cheaper people over and over. They just hire cheaper people, and that's where we also get these assholes. Mark Waid is actually a high paid guy, but that's where you get assholes like Daryl Ao. That's where you get assholes like who's your lawyer friend. That's where you get those guys. They don't get paid shit.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of guys. It's a bunch of guys who get paid. The comic book industry is a bunch of people who write and draw for less than $30,000 a year. How do you live on that?
And here's
And how do you not get assholes in that job?
Well, and here's the problem. They do it for less than $30,000 a year because they didn't make the property, right? Like you come into Iceman, you're walking on the back of someone who built a real property. You come in and you write Spider-Man. You didn't build Spider-Man though. Like that's not yours. Mark Waid didn't make Daredevil.
I do think you're wrong, and I do think you don't understand actually a little bit. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Do it. I'm happy to be wrong.
Okay. Stan Lee in 1960 created Iceman. Stan Lee created all that shit, and then as time went on, more people created Wolverine, all this stuff. But as time goes on, it becomes an industry where you become, I'm an artist. Chris Claremont, who wrote the X-Men, and Jim Lee, who drew the X-Men in 1991, sold more. They sold more comic books than anyone ever in history.
Right.
They each got. Jim Lee was probably like 40 years old. Chris Claremont was, Chris Claremont was like 40 years old, and Jim Lee was probably like 19, 20 years old. They each got $22 million checks that day for 3 comic books.
Sure.
You know how insane that is? And then for the next 10 years, that's what comic book people made. Today, they make $20,000 a year.
Well, what I'm saying though is
that's less than a waitress. How is Ethan Van Sciver, who has a family to support, how is he supposed to support his family when the wages go down from $80,000 a year to $20,000 a year, and that's what's happened.
No,
80,000 to 20,000.
I agree, but what I'm saying is, like, you just laid it out. Stan Lee, Jim Lee, these other guys, they were creating the properties that are still selling, and they're no longer doing it, right? So
correct.
Instead, they bring in someone else to draw and write for these properties, which is fine, but they're only doing a fraction of the work because they're not creating the essence of the characters that are becoming rooted in the fame that has been built over decades of goodwill that were built by other guys. That's what
Cyberfrog is. He's creating a new character, but like Stan Lee created this in the 60s. Jim Lee made $22 million in 1991, 30 years after the fact. I'm going to say it. Give me a minute. I'm smoking a cigarette.
Let me just say to the chat, go ahead and... I guess it's a meme, but it's important, right? Subscribe to PewDiePie, because everybody should be a Nazi. Everybody out there should be a Nazi. So what?
Stan Lee, the Marvel Universe. You know who Stan Lee is, right?
Yeah.
Do you know who Jim Lee is?
Yeah, he wrote he drew for Wild Things or Cyberforce. I think Wild Things, right?
Correct. He was the owner of the company for Wildcats. And Wild Things and all that bullshit.
Yeah, Image. Oh, it was Wildcats, wasn't it? God, I'm bad at this.
So what happened was Stan Lee created the comics, blah 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 blah. Chris Claremont made it the biggest thing in the fucking world, and then through the 70s and 80s, and then in the 90s, Jim Lee comes on, and he makes the best-selling comic book of all time to this day. And he got a $22 million paycheck in 1991 as a 20-year-old kid. And so he split off with people you may have heard of, like Todd McFarlane, or like
yeah, I'm a Spawn, or I was a Spawn fan, so I know who Todd is.
Yeah, all of a sudden one day they made $22 million, like out of the fucking blue, and so they split off, made their own company, and then the company split up because they had disagreements, and then Jim Lee had his own thing because he was drawing his own thing, and 10 years later, DC bought Wildcats. They said, we're gonna can we buy your comic book? Can we buy you as an artist? And he said, yeah, because Jim Lee is a brilliant businessman. He's a doctor in his mind. He's brilliant. So one day he sold all of his properties to DC Comics, and the agreement was that he would be the vice president of DC Comics, and that's what he is today.
Good job, Jim, I guess. Although, why are DC movies such garbage? Can you help me out with that? Because they're terrible.
Absolutely, I can help you out with that. So there are 2 vice presidents of DC Comics. They're named Jim Lee, who made the best-selling comic of all time, and Jeff Johns. Jeff Johns was just a writer for DC Comics who brought DC back from the brink in like 2006, 2007. And the way he brought him back from the brink was he hired this artist named Ethan Van Sciver to draw Green Lantern, and the 2 of them brought DC back from the brink. And no, that was 2000. I'm sorry, that was 2004. they did that.
Yeah, get your dates right. How dare you? I was about to call you on it because I know everything. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So in 2004, Ethan Van Sciver and Jeff Johns. I say Jeff because his name is spelled with a G.
Sure.
But they brought DC back from the brink of bankruptcy. 10 years earlier, they were going to sell Batman and Superman to Marvel.
Okay.
No, it was bad. So with Green Lantern, Ethan and Jeff brought DC back from the brink, and then Jeff basically wrote the comic company. He wrote all these events in my hand motion right now. You can't see it. My hand motion is going upwards. He wrote Green Lantern, and then he hired Brad Meltzer, who is a big time novelist.
Yeah, I know who Brad. Like, I'm familiar.
Yeah, I hired him. Brad Meltzer wrote a big time DC comic, and then Jeff and Mark Waid in 2006 wrote a comic called 52 that also brought them huge. And Jeff wrote a comic called Infinite Crisis, which was a huge seller, and they've gone from there. The president at the time of the company is a guy named Dan DiDio, and Dan DiDio hired Brad Meltzer and Jeff Johns, and he's incompetent, but he's lucked out. He's basically the only reason DC Comics exists are three people: Dan DiDio, Jeff Johns, and Ethan Van Sciver.
Gotcha. I was going to ask you a question.
Go on, my friend.
I want to, but my brain is breaking. Dang it. Well, I saw a headline that Aquaman is embracing diversity, and that seems like a bad idea. I don't know what that headline even means.
No, Aquaman's going to do huge numbers. It's going to be great because people are going to love Aquaman for some fucking... They love Jason Momoa. What you're talking about is the get woke, go broke philosophy.
Well, I just don't know what the headline meant.
Aquaman didn't do anything. They're playing Aquaman as bland as possible for the fact we need to make money.
Well, like I said, every DC movie I've ever seen, and to be fair, I haven't seen Wonder Woman, which I heard was actually good.
Neither have I.
But all of the other ones are just the hottest garbage I can imagine. Like,
see, I'm a huge disagreement because I love Man of Steel and I love Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm lying a little bit. Man of Steel, I did like. You're right. I didn't like Batman versus Superman, but I did like Man of Steel. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Everyone hated both those movies because they portrayed Superman as like a hostile person. But I liked it for the original vision that Zack Snyder had of Batman, and I believe Batman should be allowed to kill.
Well, yeah, Batman should, of course. Who doesn't kill? What are we? Rurouni Kenshin or Vash
99% of comic book fans will kill you on the fact that if Batman should be allowed to kill, they'll kill you on that. They hate you for it.
Good.
I believe Batman should be allowed to kill. In the comic The Dark Knight Returns, Batman kills someone.
How dare he?
But it's forced. It's forced. I think forced killing for Batman is good.
No, Batman should kill people gratuitously, like in Tango and Cash, when they shove the hand grenade down that guy's pants and kick him down the stairs. Batman should do that to everybody.
Only if it's necessary. Nick, can I ask you?
You can ask me whatever you want. What do you need? What do you got?
What comics have you read?
Oh God, not many.
A bit. I got
I got the first 40 first 40 issues of Spawn. And then here and there,
you're a good man. 40 spawn. If she's a spawn, good man.
Yeah, and then other than that, though, some various Image comics from the early days: Cyberforce, Wildcats, Youngblood. I never read the Max. I wasn't a big fan of the Max, and I never read Savage Dragon. Thank God, because that guy's Eric Larson's a total pile of garbage.
Absolutely, pile of garbage.
But so then, other than that, some sprinklings of Wolverine and X-Men here and there, but nothing consistent.
So Image split. It was Wildcats and Storm Watch were the two comics that split out of Image, and then
I have Stormwatch somewhere.
Stormwatch by issue 30 or so, they got Warren Ellis to write it, and Warren Ellis wrote a phenomenal Stormwatch. If you read Stormwatch and his follow-up called The Authority, very, very good. And the artist on that is a guy named Brian Hitch. Brian Hitch drew, well, oh my God, I got to go back. Okay. So
wait a minute. I remembered a question, and before I forget, I want to ask it to you.
Go on.
What happened to Clive Barker's comic books? He came out with 4 comic books all at the same time in the early to mid 90s, including, I'm gonna butcher some of the names. Hyperkind was one of them. I think Sandman or something related to Sandman.
Nope, no, it was Sandman. And by the way, all of you Comicsgate people and all of your streams have gotten something wrong, because there's the guy who just got censored for doing the Muslim in a Library comic. What's his name? Dave McKean.
I don't know. Sure, yeah.
You all go, oh, he was Neil Gaiman's collaborator. Neil Gaiman wrote it, he drew it. No, that's not what he's famous for. Dave McKean drew Arkham Asylum, written by Grant Morrison.
Well, I think the only reason that people bring up Gaiman is because of Gaiman's support of Mark Waid on GoFundMe.
Correct. Also, Gaiman did write Sandman comics. I believe Dave McKean drew some not Mark Waid. I believe Dave McKean drew some Neil Gaiman Sandman comics. But what Dave McKean is famous for is Grant Morrison's Arkham Asylum, and he was hated for his artwork on that book, but he and Grant Morrison each made $1 per copy sold, and it was one of the best-selling comics of all time, and they were both surprised by it. Grant Morrison, who is a phenomenal comic book writer and not liberal, by the way, he's quiet is what he is. Sure. They made this comic, and Grant Morrison bought a castle in Scotland that he lives in to this day.
Well, everybody, I heard from an angry Scottish lady that everybody owns a castle in Scotland. But whatever happened to the Clive Barker comics?
Oh, Clive Barker, Clive Barker's the guy who directed the what are the
Hellraisers?
Hellraiser, great movies. No, he directed like the first 2 Hellraiser movies. Then he made some comics, but I don't think he made any money off that. I think he probably made like $40,000 off that.
I have all of them. I have all the first issues of those, and they're worth nothing. Clive Barker has let me down.
Here's the other deal: is that outside of the United States, in France specifically, comic books are a huge thing. They're big like movies, where the artists make tons of money, and so Clive, what's his fucking face? I think he published them in France, so he probably made some good money off that.
Okay, I've got a couple chats that I've got to get through, because I'm getting criticized, rightfully so, because they were sent a long time ago. The first one was Landon Mack and James. This is 41 minutes ago, and that's how bad I have been at this. So Landon asked you, Watermelon, what is your top 5 favorite anime, Daddy?
Okay, my top anime is Cowboy Bebop. I love it. My second top anime is Samurai Champloo by the same director and in studio. They made phenomenal animes. Oh God, if you haven't watched, Nick, have you watched Cowboy Bebop?
Oh, I love Cowboy Bebop. I haven't watched Samurai Champloo, but I do love Cowboy Bebop, of course.
Cowboy Bebop is so good, and Samurai Champloo is such a second place to it. But when I watch it, I go, holy shit, this is really good. I watched, what was the other one I watched? They're making a Netflix show about it, about the giant mechas and monsters, with the absurd ending where people go into like a dream state.
Oh.
Evangelion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and also don't forget like the 30-minute long cicada scenes.
Yeah, Evangelion's not as good as people say. It's okay. That's about it.
It's good, but there needs to be some editing. That's what I'll say about it.
Correct. It's thoughtful. If you like thoughtful fiction, like I do, thoughtful fiction, that's what it is.
Okay, so you got Bebop, Samurai Champloo, Evangelion. Sorry, Landon. What's next?
I'm not an anime fan. I don't have anything else. That's all I watched.
Well, you gotta watch. Gurren Lagann. You can find it on Netflix, and it is from the same director as Evangelion.
Oh, I liked the on Netflix. The Castlevania anime. Did you see that?
No, I've never watched it. Like I said, I've met a guy who does the audio production for it. Actually, a lot of people know who it is, but I'm not going to dox him. But he's a very talented.
His name's out. His name's in the credits. What happened was Castlevania. They found a guy who wrote and he didn't direct it. He wrote it. And he produced it. His name's Warren Ellis, who's a comic book writer. He's one of the big comic book guys.
Sure.
Warren Ellis did a phenomenal job, and everyone loves what Warren Ellis does.
You know what? No, Warren Ellis sucks, and I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he has anything to do with this, but I bought Smash Brothers Ultimate, and Simon Belmont is in it, and Richter Belmont is in it. But Alucard is not in it. And I don't know anything about Warren Ellis other than what you've said literally in the past 10 seconds, but I'm blaming him entirely for Alucard not being in Smash Brothers.
Warren Ellis is a workman. He really doesn't care. He writes comic books and he does not even read them. He never sees the art. He wrote, have you heard of Transmetropolitan?
No, I don't watch anything with trans in the title because of my religion.
Transmetropolitan's a comic book that's hugely popular that he wrote, but I don't like. But Warren Ellis is a hugely talented writer who writes the most simple of things. Just goes, okay, he's how do I say it? He's a tech writer. He researches technology, and then he goes, oh, well, the Hulk has 9 nanites in him or some bullshit. But he is a very good writer, and he's done 2 cartoons because he's out of comic books now because he gets paid more for anime. So he wrote Castlevania on Netflix, and he wrote I want to say 2004. He wrote a G.I. Joe movie. The G.I. Joe movie was like, it took all the G.I. Joe history and then made like a final film of it all. Like, this is how it ends.
No, the only G.I. Joe movie...
It's very good. He is very good.
No, the only G.I. Joe movie exists is the one where Duke or whatever gets speared by Cobra early on. You think Duke's dead, and then Flint Flint, because he screwed up, he has to go to Sergeant Slaughter's training camp. And then there's Cobra Law. And Sergeant Slaughter fights Nemesis Enforcer and says, when I'm through with you, they're going to have to scrape you off the wall with a squeegee. Yep, that's the only G.I. Joe movie that will ever exist in my mind.
So Warren Ellis is a guy who watched that and does not fucking care about G.I. Joe. He doesn't care about Transformers, but he doesn't care about the Hulk, and he just sits there and writes these comics that are pretty good. They're pretty good. They're halfway good, but he said on his website he wrote an Iron Man / Hulk comic, and it was pretty damn good. But someone asked him like, "Oh, what did you think of the art?" And he goes, "Oh, I didn't read it." Okay. I think he's kind of an apolitical guy, but he's hugely active on the internet. If he could be Richard Myers active on the internet level.
Okay, I've got. Oh, excuse me. A couple more chats. Keck7Go says, "At drunk platypus."
Go on.
Does the I think that's fair. Me too. Does the inclusion of LGBTQ characters make a comic worse, in your opinion, by default?
No. What makes comic books worse is the fact that they don't sell. My comic book shop that I go to regularly for 20 fucking years shut down. They didn't have the sales. They shut down. And that's the real problem. If SJW Comics sold, Ethan Van Sciver would be drawing SJW Comics. But the fact is, they don't sell. They keep making Iceman comics and Captain Marvel comics and Ms. Marvel comics and bad X-Men comics and all their comics. They keep making bad comics that do not sell. And the comic book shops keep shutting down. The artists like Ethan, their wages go from $90,000 to $40,000. The people on Twitter that you see who are assholes all the time make $20,000 a year, and they're on welfare. G. Willow Wilson, yeah, all these fucking assholes are on welfare. That's how bad it is.
Except Jamal Igle, because he's a very successful attorney.
Correct. Jamal Igle is a very successful attorney, but in reality, Jamal Igle, he makes less than $30,000 a year.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
horrifying. Why would you? If you're a skilled artist, why would you work in this industry? Why wouldn't you go over to video games and design shit instead? That's the real problem. The problem isn't that, I don't like the fact that they turned Iron Man into a black woman. I don't care. If that made money, if that sold, that would be good. But the fact is, it doesn't make money. It doesn't sell. My comic book shop went out of business. That's the problem. That's what we're about. That's the real problem.
Sure. Okay, next question. Phoenix Lord Asurman says, Joe Quesadilla also wrote One More Day, where Peter and Mary Jane sold their marriage to Satan. That's all the reason I need to hate him.
I'm a hyper fanatic about One More Day. I think people in the chat know this because I go on over and over about One More Day. I'm the biggest Spider-Man fan in the world. I've read every fucking Spider-Man comic in existence since he was invented in 1962. And except for 2007, Joe Quesada, who's the president of Marvel Comics. Now he's like chief financial officer or some bullshit. And he's fought Richard C. Meyer. In 2007, they killed Spider-Man. He's dead. Spider-Man is dead. What happened was...
That's the One Day More that you're talking about.
One More Day is the name of the comic. So Spider-Man's got this storyline. It goes on from the day he was born in and there's a continuity to it. It keeps going. You know, he fights with the girlfriend. He gets married. He has marriage troubles. He's a 30-year. He goes from a 15-year-old man to a 32-year-old man, and he's got, and it's just one continuous storyline. And what happened in 2007 was the president of Marvel decided that Marvel Comics shouldn't be one continuous storyline anymore. They should be icons. So he wrote a story called One More Day, where Spider-Man gets divorced from his wife. In the whole Marvel comic book thing, continuity stopped mattering. It just stopped mattering. That's the real point. Continuity stopped mattering. It stopped being one contiguous storyline and became, they were trying to become DC.
Sure. Okay. Dax Desi in the chat says he's read all of those comics that you've read, plus the One More Day. So he's a bigger fan of Spider-Man. He just wants me to let you know.
No, you're not.
Okay. So
I got more to say. I'm going to go on.
Wait,
Sorry,
I want to ask you if you saw Into the Spider-Verse.
Nope. I have never read a Spider-Man comic since 2007. I've never seen a Spider-Man movie since 2007. I never saw what's the guy in the Facebook movie who is Spider-Man? Do you remember? You know who I'm talking about? Andrew Garfield.
What?
Andrew Garfield. I never saw the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man movie. I saw the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. That's it.
Man, I'm gonna tell you though, Into the Spider-Verse was very good. I just saw it yesterday.
No. Oh, is the Peter Parker Spider-Man an older man who's married to a wife named Mary Jane, or not?
Yes.
Is he married to Mary Jane or not?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'll see it then.
You should. Like I don't know. Like coming at this from not being a Spider-Man fan, like not just not generally not caring. My son asked if we could go see it, right? And I sit down, I'm like, oh God, this is an animated Marvel movie. I could care less about this, right? But my son wants to see it because he's seen some ads for it. And we sit down and watch it. And this is, to me, in my opinion, this is just one guy, it's the best Spider-Man movie I've ever seen.
Probably.
I mean, most of them are crap, to be fair, but
the Sam Raimi movies are pretty good. Spider-Man 1 and 2, pretty good.
I didn't like the first one, but I did like the second one. That was the one with Doc Ock, right? The second one?
Correct. And that's probably the best superhero movie ever made. You don't think that's good?
No, I said I liked the second one. I wasn't a big fan of the first one. Like, the first one was fine. I just wasn't like, oh, I really like this. The second one I actually really did enjoy, although I had a problem with I had a problem with some of the science-y stuff, but that's just petty.
No, yeah, it had bad moments, but the villain who played Doc Ock, that actor is phenomenal.
And the action was good. It was better than the first one by a clear margin.
And that's what Sam Raimi does. He does good action.
Yeah. So anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I do have one more chat, and then I'll let you talk about Spider-Man. But then at some point, really soon, I probably got to go because I got to be. Lady Raggets told me, don't stay up late and don't drink too much. And I'm pretty sure I broke both of those rules because she needs me in the morning. So I have to wake up at some point. You have to wake up earlier, but.
Yeah, we'll talk another time when we're both sober.
Yeah, Landon says he's telling you, watch Go Sick, Watermelon. Best anime I've seen, 10 out of 10. So that's Landon's official anime advice to you is to watch Go Sick.
To me, anime is not like it's independent good thing. I love fiction. Fiction is my passion. So I love good writing. I love good books. I love good comic books, and I love good movies.
Okay, I'm going to challenge you now.
Go on.
I'm cutting you off. Sorry. Have you read Ilium and Olympus by Dan Simmons?
No, I have not.
Okay, if you're a fan of fiction, I can't express enough how good Ilium and Olympus are.
I'll read it, but I am also hypercritical of fiction in general.
No, it's okay. Trust me. I'm willing to put it out there that it's one of the best stories. It's a 2-book series. It's one of the best stories I've ever read.
I love the Bible. I love the Book of Genesis. I think the Book of Genesis is one of the best books ever written. My favorite book ever written is by a guy named Cormac McCarthy.
Okay.
And do you know Cormac McCarthy at all?
No.
You've seen his movies at least. He wrote No Country for Old Men.
Okay, sure.
The book, phenomenal book. Don't bother reading the book and watching the movie. But he wrote a book in 1986 called Blood Meridian. Blood Meridian is my favorite book of all time. He also wrote The Road with Viggo Mortensen was the movie.
Sure, yeah. I'm familiar. I haven't watched The Road, but I'm familiar with it.
I didn't see the movie, but I read the book. Excuse me. I read the book, but I didn't see the movie. I read the entire book in one sitting with one eye closed because it was so horrifying. He writes the entire book with no capital letters and no punctuation. It just goes on, and no chapter breaks. It just goes on and on and on. And it's a horrifying story about a man and his child in the post-apocalypse. But 20 years earlier, he wrote a great book called Blood Meridian. If you haven't read Blood Meridian, read it. I'll check Blood Meridian. It has the best villain I've ever seen in fiction. It's a character named the Judge. So I'm going to talk about Blood Meridian if you got a little minute or two. Sorry.
Yeah, just a couple, and then I really do need to go. But we can do a stream. Actually, I think it'd be great to have a fiction stream where we talk about books and literature. I know another guy. He's probably not in the chat anymore because he's a proper Mormon. Ryan English is a fiction writer, and would probably be a good guy to join us as well.
My name's Ryan too.
Yeah, so you guys would be best friends already.
So Blood Meridian is about a 16-year-old kid in the Old West who's a sharpshooter, and the beginning of the book he goes to a church revival meeting, and the preacher is talking, and this guy comes in and starts going like, "Oh, this guy's a pedophile." And he starts speaking out loud. He goes, this guy molested children, all this shit. And he turns the entire revival meeting against the pastor to the point where they lynch him to death.
Nice.
And so the kid, as he's called, the main characters are the kid and the judge. They don't have names. So the kid witnesses this, and he goes to the bar and he starts drinking. And the judge, the guy who did all this, sits next to him, and the kid goes, How did you know he did all this stuff? And the judge goes, "Oh, no. I lied. I made all that up." and the rest of the story takes place years later, where the kid is a sharpshooter and he joins the Glanton Gang, which is a real historical criminal organization.
Okay.
And so the kid joins the Glanton Gang, and then the judge joins it as well. And the kid's like, "I met you before. I met you in a bar 3 years ago. You killed the pastor." And then he finds out that every other member of the gang has also met the judge at some point previously in their lives.
Sure.
The judge turns them all against each other. He's pure evil. You find this out as the book goes on. He may be Satan. I think. I mean, there's a lot of debate about what the book means, but right. I believe the judge is Satan. One of the guys talks about a story. He goes, "When I met the judge, I was hunting Indians. I ran out of ammo, and he came and he saved us by teaching us how to make gunpowder. And where he came from, there were hoof prints in the volcanic rock."
Sure.
I'm sorry. I'm going on, but Blood Meridian is maybe my favorite book, and I'm a hypercritical fiction critic.
Okay, let me pitch you the beginning of Ilium. Okay,
Go on.
this is all the very first part. I'm not spoiling anything. So the main character of Ilium, or one of the main characters of Ilium, is a 19th century scholar who is a specialist on the Iliad, right? On the Iliad, and he is resurrected roughly 3,000 years in the future by what appear to be the Greek gods, and he is tasked with watching the Trojan War and making sure it's going according to the book. That's how it starts, and it only gets weirder from that.
That's going to be good because I'm a huge Homer fanatic. I know the Iliad top to bottom, like the wording. I know every fucking line of the Iliad and the Odyssey.
Yeah.
So
I think
should be okay.
No,
I like it.
I can't like it gets so much weirder and so much better from that, which is crazy. It's a great book. And then the other one, have you ever read by David Gemmell? He did a 3-book retelling of the Iliad. It was Lord of the Silver Bow, Shield of Thunder, and then Throne of King or Sword of Kings.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
They're completely different. It's like a non-propagandized version of Homer, telling the story in a very different way, but it's really, really good. And some of the characters in there are so well written. I can't. They're just great. They're great. So those are great books. If we ever meet up, I'll just give them to you because I have them all. So
yeah, we can meet up. I'll drive down to you.
Sounds good.
We used to both go to the same comic book shop. You know that?
Schindler's in Burnsville.
Schindler's in Burnsville. I used to go to Schindler's there. Do you remember why they closed down?
No, I don't know why they closed down. All I know is I went to Old Country Buffet all the time, and then
next door, yep.
They no longer were there.
So they have Schindler's. They have the Old Country Buffet over in that parking lot. What happened to Schindler's was the owner of Schindler's was trading marijuana across the country through his comic book shops and a porn shop in the back.
Yeah, that makes total sense now that you say it. I believe it immediately.
So one day the federal government shut every Schindler's down in one day.
Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, I had by the time they shut down, the last Schindler's I went to was actually downtown St. Paul. I was working at the Wells Fargo that was like across the street from there. And I walked over one day and was looking at like their D&D books and stuff. And that was the last time I went into a Schindler's. It was really sad to see it go. Cause
it was sad. They were a good shop.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, man, it's been fun to have you on. I definitely will set up a fiction stream and nerd out on some like stories and stuff like that.
That sounds great. I'd love to do that.
Yeah. Well, thank you, of course, for being a patron of the show. But
and by the way, I'm Comicsgate, and I feel like I know comic books better than anyone else in comic books. Or, excuse me, I'm drunk. I know comic books better than anyone else in Comicsgate.
Well, we'll get Meyer to fight you on that.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I like about him is that as he goes on, it turns out he's very, very knowledgeable. Ethan is not that knowledgeable, but Richard is.
Sure. Well, and I think that's a product of being a longtime creator versus being a critic, is that, Ethan has focused probably on his own products, whereas Meyer has been focused on everybody's products. So then the nature of the market for each of their respective channels has put them into those different positions. But yeah, I actually I can identify because some people will ask me about various cases or like big things, and I'm like, no, I don't actually follow law that much other than what I'm working on or looking at specifically. So maybe that's just a product of the medium. But either way, man, it's been fun having you on, and we'll definitely do it again. We'll have a full time dedicated to discussing fiction, discussing creation, like from the. I want to talk more with people who can talk about what makes good creative works and stuff like that. And you seem very knowledgeable on that stuff. So we'll definitely do that.
Yes, so. I'm very knowledgeable about creative works and why it works and why it doesn't. And I see behind the scenes. And one of the things I want to talk to you about is I'm gonna get my wife pregnant in this next year.
Attaboy.
It's Chad Dad. I listened to your Chad Dad chats. I'm like, oh yeah. I gotta learn how to be a father. I gotta learn how to be a father next year.
I'll tell you that you'll never be finished learning how to be a father, but that's okay. But yeah, we should talk about that sometime too. That's one thing I do want to do on the Chad Dad streams is bring on like a non-dad or a new dad and just rail them with all the stuff that they're going to have to do. And
my plan is to get my wife. My plan is to get my wife pregnant in the next month. So, well, I want to learn all I can.
Well, good luck with that, but know that you've got a lot of time that follows that to learn more. Of course, I think you know how that works. But my wife and I actually tried for our first kid. Took us several years. It was actually really tough for us to get pregnant with the first child. And then after that, things started falling into place. I don't know if we figured it out or what. We just kept kissing and it wasn't working. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah.
It's more difficult than when you're a teenager, it turns out.
It's weird how that works. And it's one of the most frustrating things when you're trying is to see all the people who aren't trying and getting pregnant and not being happy about it. That's a tough thing to deal with. So, but anyways, man, thanks for coming on.
Nick, thank you for having me. Really, this is great.
Yeah, it's been fun. And we're buddies on Twitter now or whatever. DM me whenever, and we'll set up a stream. It'll be good times.
Thank you, friend.
One final thing. Christopher Nelson says, Cormac McCarthy is a Knoxvillian, but I think he means Knoxvillian. He's from Knoxville, Tennessee. So now you have to come to the Warski fight, right? Because that's in Knoxville.
Me?
Well, I'm going. I'm already going. Lady Rackets and I will be there. Our plane is booked. Hopefully the day before, when our plane gets into Nashville. I'm hoping to have a few drinks with Doug TeNapel and
oh yeah, I got an email chain with Doug TeNapel going back 12 years because he's a great knowledgeable guy. He used to write articles and I used to ask him about articles like, what do you think about this, back when I was like 20 years old. I'd be like, what do you think about a Christian being friends with a Jewish person? And he talked to me. He just talked to me. Doug TeNapel's a great guy.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of him. Like I'm not like a big fan of Doug TeNapel. Like I'm familiar with his work or claiming anything like that. But since he had Maddox on his stream, and I went and asked a question on there of Maddox, and then from that moment on, being exposed to Doug, I'm actually quite a big fan of the man that he is.
Doug. He's got like 17 comics. Don't bother buying his comics, except for he's got two phenomenal comic books. One is called Earthboy Jacobus, and the other is called Black Cherry. Go on Amazon, buy Black Cherry. Go on Amazon, buy Earthboy Jacobus. Earthboy Jacobus is a Christian masterpiece.
Sounds good. I'll have to check him out. Maybe I'll just steal him from Doug. I'll just break into his house and take him. He
really does good work, and like I said, Earthboy Jacobus is a Christian masterpiece. Black Cherry is a very much adult comic that changed my mind about writing, how writing works, how Christian writing works. Black Black Cherry's his vulgar adult comic. It has the F word every other page. But Doug TenNapel is a great writer. If you don't know that, he is.
Yeah, well, I get the impression. All right, man. Well, I got to wrap this up. Thanks for coming on. And guys, I'm going to blank out the screen. You don't leave yet, Watermelon. I'll say goodbye to you privately. Thanks for watching, guys. It's been a pleasure. This is a long stream, but a good one. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Oh, and I'm about to preview because if I say it, then I have to do it, or I'm more likely to do it. I'm about to start a series called What Even Is A? And the first one will be defamation. And we're going to start going through, they're going to be 5-minute videos about a legal topic. So the first one will be like, what even is a defamation? It'll go through the elements of defamation, and that's it. And then I will do follow-up 5-minute videos on each particular aspect of defamation, because so many people don't seem to understand what defamation or any of these other legal concepts are. We're going to start with defamation, then we'll move through to other different legal claims. So when those get released, because I think it's hard to share like a live stream that's hours and hours long with people. I get it. I do them because they're fun. I love talking to people. But I know people want like shareable legal content to pass around. So when I do this with the defamation thing, please help me share this stuff around. I think it'll be a good little reference tool where some dummy on Twitter or whatever says, oh, this is defamation. You can say, nope, you dummy, you're wrong because it's lacking this element. And I picture like each one of these topics will have 10 to 20 videos about them ultimately, but they'll be digestible segments that are very intentional. So keep watching for those. They're going to be coming very soon. The defamation one's going to start very soon in the next week or so, I hope. But thank you all for watching. Of course, joining the show, doing super chats, all that great stuff. Couldn't do the show without you guys. Patreon is going to be gone as soon as possible. I'm working on a private alternative, and I will keep updated on that. They don't deserve any more support from anybody. So
absolutely right. Absolutely right.
So thank you all for joining me. Thank you, Watermelon Platypus, and we'll be doing another stream in the future. You guys, peace out. Goodbye.